Hey guys, I'm Amelia from Denver, and this is my crazy story. Please like and subscribe first. I was 6 years old when I moved to my aunt's house with my sister Olivia, who was 4 years older than me. Olivia and I, well, we had sort of a bittersweet relationship. More bitter than sweet. We just didn't get along. Olivia drew an imaginary line between us because she needed her space but had no respect for mine. Like once, when I was dreaming of Justin Bieber, she woke me up to yell at me. "Your blanket's on my side of the bed. Move over." "Are you kidding me?" And then there were times when she treated me like her servant. "Amelia, go get my charger. Bring me a glass of water. Are you blind? Don't you have legs? Move your butt and get it yourself." Every time I'd answer her back, she'd look at me like I slapped her in the face, and then give me notes on how she was the best sister in the world. "I bought you a new bag from the dollar shop on 2012-2019. I saved you from the bullies when you were in the 4th grade. And when you were hungry as a bear on March 13th, 2014, I cooked noodles for you." What in the world? Oh, God. Wait, you forgot. You said good morning yesterday, so what now? Would I have to do laundry for you for a year? Man, you're weird. She was crazy, but she was also kind to me on rare occasions. Like when she gave me her Netflix password, even though I begged and pleaded for it for 4 years. She also gave me her phone when I asked her. Oh, she wasn't that generous. She did it because her boyfriend, Cooper, got her a new one. Even though we fought a lot, she was still always around. But after high school, Olivia started spending less and less time with me. She was busy partying with her friends. She would come home late almost every night. One time, it was very late and Olivia hadn't returned home. My aunt and I were worried sick. "Olivia, where were you? Why didn't you answer your phone?" Don't try to be my mother. Just mind your own business. "Ugh, I waited for you all night. Look, the sun is almost up. This isn't right." So, I should stop living my life just because you think partying all night isn't right? Gosh, you suffocate me. I am leaving. She then began packing her stuff. She said she was going to stay with Cooper and that she needed to live her life the way she wanted to. Well, fine. If that's what she wanted to do with her life, so be it. Once Olivia was gone, I did miss her, but I channeled all my energy into studying. It paid off because I graduated from high school with awesome grades. Now, I needed a job to pay for my college fees. I found a job in sales, and after months, I was finally able to move out of my aunt's place. One day, when I returned home from work, I found a basket at my door with a baby. And right then, my phone rang. "Oh, you got it, Mandy. Thank God." "Olivia, where are you? Wait, is this your baby?" Yeah. Amelia, look. I have to go to Europe with my new boyfriend. I'm so sorry, but you're gonna have to babysit her for just like 1 week. All the stuff you need is in the baby bag, and there's a diary too. Wait, are you crazy? You haven't shown up in 2 years. How do you think I'm gonna… She hung up before I could finish. I reached into the bag, and just as I found the baby's dad's number, Mandy puked all over the diary. No. I thought of taking her to my aunt, but then I remembered she was away visiting her friends. Oh God, I can't do this. I was having a full-blown panic attack, and that's when I decided to go to the cops. My friend's sister left her baby at my friend's place and then ran away. What should my friend do with the baby?
It's not legal to keep a baby like this. She'll have to be sent to social services and they'll decide.
Social services? No. I couldn't send my niece there. And then I banged my head hard on the wall. As I stared at Mandy in horror, she began to cry and just got louder each second. Nothing was working. This was frustrating. My patience was running out. After multiple failed attempts, I finally found a solution. I did a silly dance for her that caught her attention. Finally, silence. But what happened next made me explode. Now, who's gonna clean this up? Of course, me. I cried really loudly and cursed Olivia for doing this to me. Your mother is I don't know why I'm being punished. Well, the next thing that made me worried was work. I had no other option but to take her along with me. I made a stop at the grocery store near my work to buy baby food. As I reached the cashier, I struggled to juggle the bag and baby in my hands. Please, do you mind holding her for a while?
Me? Okay.
To make matters worse, I had to cut half of my purchases due to my credit limit. But as if luck was on my side. Congratulations, ma'am, it's your lucky day. You're our 1,000th customer, and you get a voucher worth $2,000. What? What did you just say? Yes! Finally, something good happened to me. I took the bags and ran out of the shop, but then the stranger stopped me.
Hey, excuse me. Stop, please. Your baby?
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I forgot about her. I'm a bad aunt, ain't I?
Ooh, thank God you said aunt. I was wondering if I can…
Before he could finish, Mandy started crying and I had to rush. Bummer. When I reached the office, I was surprised to see the stranger from the store there. It turned out he was our boss's son.
You work here? Oh, wow. I'm surprised that we have such pretty employees. And the youngest ones.
I'm sorry to have brought her here, but I'm still looking for some place to drop her off. Adrian was amazing. The guy was always nice to me, and as we started working together, he always praised my work in front of everyone, which made me feel over the moon. I was falling hard for him, but I kept my feelings about him under wraps. He, on the other hand, was pretty clear about how he felt for me.
I must say, you look lovely today. Amelia, you are loaded with work. Let's take a coffee break. Amelia.
One day, we were preparing for a meeting when Adrian took my hand and told me how much he liked me. I can't say no to my boss. I like you too. Everything was turning out great for me. Olivia had told me she'd be back in a week, but it had been more than 3 weeks and she was still a no-show. But luckily, Mandy and I were getting along just fine. It wasn't like she stopped spitting her food in my face, didn't cry, or stopped rolling on the floor. I just learned how to handle her better now. I even got her into a daycare when I was at work. Like all good things that don't last forever, this happy period of my life was also temporary. Mandy got sick and I didn't know what to do. I called Adrian and asked if he could drop us off at the clinic. He drove up in his Mercedes-Benz and took us there. Thank God it wasn't anything serious. On our way back, I invited Adrian over for coffee at my place. But what he said next surprised me.
You live here? It's so tiny. And untidy, too.
As he walked around, he stepped on a toy and screamed. Ouch.
Oh.
He looked pissed and threw the toy against the wall. I was shocked at how he acted. I'm sorry the house is messy.
It's not your fault. I was thinking you could always give her up for adoption. She was your sister's mistake, not yours. Or have her come back and take care of her own kid.
He wasn't wrong, but I wasn't sure about his idea. Mandy was my niece after all, and I loved her. The next few days, Adrian kept bringing up the idea of sending Mandy to social services. Even though I tried to contact Olivia many times, her number was off. Just a week later, I was having an amazing sleep when someone jolted me awake. It was Adrian. What happened? Is Mandy all right?
Yeah, she must be. But Amelia, you fell asleep during our presentation. What is going on with you? You need to pull yourself together and give the baby to someone. Her dad?
He was right. When my aunt came back from the trip, I went to her house and asked her if she knew about Cooper. She gave me his number, and when I contacted him, he was shocked to learn that he even had a baby.
Oh my God, she looks just like me. My carbon copy. I can't believe Olivia hid this from me.
He then told us how Olivia had left him for another guy, never telling him that she was pregnant. I felt really bad for him. I couldn't believe my sister would stoop so low. When Cooper took Mandy away, I realized how much I missed her. Those tiny hands and feet, that toothless smile. Gosh, I wanted to hug her just once more. I busied myself with work, and it went well with Adrian. He gave me expensive gifts and would take me out for dinner every day. One time while I was out with him, I mentioned how much I missed Mandy, and he just snapped.
Mandy. It's always Mandy for you all the time. I'm sorry. Look what I got you.
I need to go, please. As soon as I was out of the restaurant, I went to Cooper's place, and what I saw there had me laughing. Cooper had a pacifier around his neck, Mandy in his arm, milk powder in his hair, and a rattle in his other hand. I'm sorry, but I can't stop laughing.
It's okay. At least I made you laugh.
Let me try.
Oh, you made her sleep even faster.
As he cleaned up the mess, I helped him, and we felt exhausted and hungry by the end. We ordered online, and honest to God, the food was 100 times better than the fancy restaurant Adrian loved taking me to. Right then, my phone rang. Think of the devil. It was Adrian, apologizing for snapping at me. He wanted to meet me again, but hearing Cooper's voice in the background, his mood changed.
You don't have time for me, and there you are with some other guy? Who is he?
I just couldn't handle his drama, so I hung up. Since I really liked spending time at Cooper's house, I went to visit Mandy and him almost every day. However, that didn't sit too well with Adrian because I had to face him at work too. One time, he invited me on a date to a fancy gala, and I reluctantly accepted. I wanted to finish things with him, and that could be my chance. But once I reached the place, his face twisted the moment he saw me.
Oh, God. Why didn't you wear the dress I gave you? Come on, let's go. You need something proper for this gala. I can't be seen with someone who dresses like this.
What the heck? Fine, you won't be seen with me from now on. Wanna know why? 'Cause you are one snobby, arrogant, and annoying jerk.
Oh yeah, great. You're making me the bad guy here? Who's cheating on me with Cooper? Admit that you like him.
His words hit me. I think I really had feelings for Cooper, and I was kinda cheating. Ugh, you are crazy. We're done, Adrian. Goodbye. Saying that, I left, and on my way home, Cooper called, and I told him everything that Adrian had done. Since I didn't have a ride home, Cooper insisted on picking me up. He parked on the other side of the road, and when I turned toward him, my heel got stuck in the wet grass and it broke. Seeing me struggle, Cooper rushed to me.
Uh-oh. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh, God, you're soaking wet. Here, wear this.
Thanks. It's just this stupid... Ugh. The next thing I know is that Cooper had me in his arms and carried me to his car. He delicately seated me. Oh my gosh, my heart was beating really fast, and I was sure he could hear it. I had never felt this calm and protected. Once we were at Cooper's place, I changed into dry clothes that belonged to him and snuggled next to Mandy. Can I crash here for the night, Cooper? I am too tired to go home now.
What? Yeah, I mean, you don't need to ask. It would be great if you could stay with us.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, I'd love to have you forever.
Oh, wow. He really liked me. I did a happy dance inside my head, but I just nodded my head. A few days later, I resigned from my job and even changed my number because Adrian was constantly calling me. In a few months, I moved in with Cooper and was living my best life. I loved Mandy so much, and being able to be with her brought me so much joy. Everything was going smoothly until one day, Olivia returned. And seeing Cooper and me together, she looked shocked.
Olivia, you? What brought you here? Finally got time to worry about your daughter?
I was looking for Mandy, but I didn't find her at your place, and here you are. Olivia, Oh, cut it out, Amelia. How are you feeling after betraying your sister? How could you say that to me? You left your kid. You cheated on your boyfriend and ran off with your new fling, and never told him about his child. I am not the one betraying anyone here. It's you. Unbelievable. With those words, Olivia left. And even though I wanted to say so much more to her, Cooper stopped me, saying it wasn't worth arguing with her. Time passed, and I didn't hear from Olivia again. Soon, Cooper and I got married, and we were living the perfect life. But deep down, I missed my sister. On Mandy's 5th birthday, I was at the store getting her a gift when I spotted an LOL doll. When I almost had it, someone else picked it up too. Hey, I needed that. Oh, Amelia, it's you. Oh my God, it's been years. How are you? And is this for for Mandy? Yeah, she loves it. Olivia then handed me the toy, and then Mandy called me from behind. Mama? Oh my God, she's grown up really fast. Can I hug her? Of course, you don't need to ask. You are her mother after all. Olivia then hugged Mandy and kissed her with all her strength. Mama, is this Mommy? Yes, honey, she is. Oh God, she knows me? Of course, I have always shown her your pictures. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amelia. You're the best sister in the whole world. The end.
Hi, I'm Camelia from Brazil. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents were super rich. Just kidding. We were living in the poorest neighborhood in town. Mom stayed at home and Dad mowed lawns, and we had little to no money. Maybe I should have subscribed to this channel and tried to win $10,000. Hey, you should try that. Subscribe to MSA today, and you could be the lucky winner of $10,000 in just 7 days. Fingers crossed. But anyways, being poor didn't stop my parents from spoiling my younger brother Pedro rotten. You see, Pedro was a genius. By the time he was 8 months old, he could say his alphabet and count to 100. By the time he was 2, he was doing mathematical equations and solving puzzles. Our baby is a genius.
He's going to make us so proud.
And what am I? Chopped liver? On my 5th birthday, instead of the princess house with the car and pool I wanted, Mom stitched me a doll from old clothes. We just don't have the money, sweetie. But Pedro received a brand new remote control car. Sweetie, we had to get Pedro something as well. That wasn't even the worst of it. Pedro was allowed to go to school, and I wasn't. My parents said it was because Pedro had a special gift, so they used all the money they had to send him to a private school for gifted children, and they couldn't even afford books for me to go to a public school. Life was so unfair. I felt so invisible. The only time my parents saw me was when they wanted me to do some chore around the house. Over time, I just got used to it. And since I couldn't read books to myself, or I didn't have a phone to watch videos, I started to sew to pass my time. Camelia, what did you do to my curtains? I fell in love with creating new things from old stuff, and I wanted to become a fashion designer. Because of how differently my parents treated Pedro and me, we never grew up close, and he always saw me as his slave, even though I was older than he was.
Clip my toenails, clean my shoes.
When I was 11, I begged my parents to send me to a sewing school. Mom, Dad, I deserve to be able to follow my dreams too.
They don't have the money to send you to some stupid sewing school when they're going to send me to the most prestigious college in the country.
I'm sorry, Camilla, but we have to support the child who has greater potential and will make the family proud.
With that, Mom and Dad just walked away as Pedro stood there with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh, I wanted to smack him hard. It was then that I decided I'd do whatever it took to get myself into a sewing school. I tried to get a job, but nobody wanted to hire an 11-year-old, not even as a clown for a birthday party. When I was 13, things looked as though they were turning around, and I finally landed a babysitting job. But when my parents found out that I'd been neglecting household chores because of it, they were furious. I was grounded for 2 months, and Dad tore up all my designs that I had stuck on my bedroom walls over the years. I was devastated, but a tiny part of me refused to give up. I had to be smart. This time, when I drew, I hid my drawings under the floorboards of my bed, and when Mom sent me to the supermarket, I'd pass by the wishing fountain and take all the coins. Don't give me that judgmental look. But after 3 years of saving those coins, it still wasn't enough. Luckily for me, my life took an amazing turn when I turned 16, and that set things in motion for me. One day, while drawing in my room, I was so focused that I didn't see this girl peeking in at me through the window. Wow, that looks amazing! Ah! I toppled out of my chair and fell to the ground. The girl then did a backflip through my bedroom window and came in. Did the circus come to town? What do you want? Did my parents send you to spy on me? No, silly. I'm the new neighbor, and I didn't even let her finish. I just picked her up, threw her out of the window, and closed the curtains. As much as I wanted a friend, I didn't want anyone to know that I couldn't read or write. What would she think of me? But that didn't stop the crazy backflip girl. Over the next few days, she did everything she could to get my attention, even juggling 3 cats while she balanced a mug of water on her head. What a weirdo. One day, I decided to take a shortcut home because I had seen a lady with the most amazing outfit, and I wanted to get home and sketch it. Just then, I heard a man yell behind me.
Watch out!
As I turned, I saw a huge crane ball coming my way. I froze in place, but luckily for me, someone pushed me to the ground just in time. Girl, are you crazy? This is a danger zone. Can't you read? Oh God, I was sweating like a bald man in spring. Can you read? I sighed heavily and shook my head. That's okay. I can't draw amazing fashion designs like you can. Let's go and grab some ice cream. My treat. While eating the ice cream, crazy backflip girl, Sophia, told me that she had moved next door with her parents and older brother Harrison. Also, that Harrison was a rotten egg and always got himself into trouble. She also told me that her father lost his job after his boss accused him of stealing money from his office and then blacklisted him so no one else would hire him, while her mother worked as a maid for some rich lady. I told her that my parents hated me and wouldn't even let me go to school while they treated Pedro like he was a prince. What do they think this is? The 16th century? No girl left behind. Woman power! Over the next few months, Sophia taught me how to read and write. She was a great teacher, and I was a quick learner. Sophia's mother even supplied me with her old drapes to practice my designs on. As much as I loved my bestie, there was a downside of being neighbors with Sophia. Harrison and Pedro became best friends, and they'd go out of their way to make mine and Sophia's life a living nightmare. So we stayed out of their way as much as possible. But then one evening, when I was coming home after getting groceries, I saw two guys push some guy to the ground and grab his keys. Hey, stop it! The guys looked around and I was shook. Pedro? Harrison?
Let's get out of here!
They hopped into the car and sped off. Was Pedro crazy? That night, I cornered Pedro in his room. What the heck was that stunt you pulled today?
What I do is none of your business.
You're my younger brother. Of course it's my business.
If you tell Mom and Dad anything, I'll tell them that Sophia has been tutoring you.
I couldn't afford to lose Sophia's friendship, so I kept my mouth shut and kept a close eye on Pedro. I found out that he'd been failing his subjects in school, and he was missing classes to hang out with Harrison and his goons. I was so frustrated that I thought my head was going to explode. Maybe you should start a podcast to ease some of your frustration. Talk to strangers about my story? That'll be weird. Sometimes strangers make the best listeners. That night, Sophia helped me set up an anonymous podcast using her phone. I went by the name Raven, and it felt so good to get so many things off my chest. But what felt even better was reading the comments encouraging me to follow my dreams despite my parents' unfair treatment. They even encouraged me to open an online store and set up a GoFundMe to get started. And soon, my clothes were being sold faster than I could make them. Yeah, I set up a secret workshop in Sophia's basement where I worked at night. Over the next 2 years, it was a roller coaster. First, Harrison was arrested for pickpocketing, and his father shipped him off to the Navy. When he left, Pedro got 100 times worse, and he was even kicked out of school. And he continued to hang out with the wrong crowd, and my parents always made excuses for him. But my life was super awesome. I saved up enough money to get into the most prestigious fashion school in the country. The only thing left to do was to send in my application, which required me to create any design of my choice. You've got this, bestie. I'm rooting for you. Over the next 2 months, I worked endlessly to create the most beautiful ball gown known to man. I needed to get into this school. I had something to prove to myself. A few nights before the submission of my dress, while at Sophia's, I saw Pedro enter her parents' bedroom. I snuck up to the door and peeked through the crack. I watched in shock as Pedro was stuffing his pockets with jewelry. Pedro, what on earth are you doing? Pedro gave me one look and jumped through the window like a frog. Sophia and her parents had been too good to me to let Pedro get away with this. I ran home, but when I opened the door, the confrontation did an Uno reverse on me. Dad glared at me as he was holding a necklace in his hand.
Camellia, why was this in your dresser?
As if on cue, Pedro walked into the room to examine the necklace.
Wait, isn't that Sophia's mother's?
You should know, since you stole it.
Pedro told us that he saw you take this.
I didn't steal anything. It was Pedro.
I just don't understand where we went wrong with you.
Me? Pedro's the one who got kicked out of school. Genius my butt.
We also found cash hidden under the floorboards. Where did you steal that from?
I froze. How did they? My eyes met Pedro's, and an evil glint flashed over his eyes. That's my money. I earned it.
Stop lying, Camellia!
I think it's time to teach little Miss Fashionista a lesson that she will never forget. Pedro, bring the dress.
Dress? What dress? The words stuck in my throat when I saw Pedro return with my submission dress. I watched in horror as Mom lit the fireplace and took the dress from Pedro. Mom, please, don't! You will learn your place in this family, Camellia. My mother threw my dress in the fireplace, and it lit up quicker than a barbecue on Independence Day. I tried to get it out, but Dad and Pedro held me back as I kicked and screamed. After a while, my dress was nothing but ashes. As an avalanche of tears ran down my face, I knew that my time in this family was up. I wanted to attack my parents and Pedro, but I decided to pack my bags and I went to Sophia's. That night, after bawling my eyes out, I did a live podcast and revealed to my listeners what I had just endured under the hands of my parents. This time, I used their real names. Yep, I was done being the nice guy. By the next morning, my parents were chased out of the neighborhood, and the rich lady Sophia's mom worked for pulled some strings, and she got me another submission date. Bestie, this dress is even better than the last one. I have to admit, I really did outdo myself. About 2 weeks later, I received a letter in the mail. Beads of sweat ran down my forehead. With trembling fingers, I opened the letter and my jaw dropped. What does it say? I got accepted into the fashion school! Yes! I felt as though I were on cloud 9. Over the next 4 years while I was away at school, Sophia went to a community college. I worked hard and came out at the top of my class. I earned a junior position in a fashion company. I even convinced Sophia's dad to apply as a manager there, and he got the job. It wasn't long after they were able to move into a nice place. I was finally living my dream. One night, after one of the company's shows, I spotted my parents in the hallway waiting for me. What are you guys doing here?
I see you're a fashion designer. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud of you. Words I always wanted to hear my parents say, but I knew they weren't sincere. Why are you here? Dad shifted uncomfortably.
Pedro's in trouble. He and some of his friends got caught breaking into a bank and we need money to bail him out.
And after everything you and Mom did to me, you think that I would help you?
Sweetheart, we're family, and that's what families do. They help each other out.
But where was my family growing up? Where were you when I needed you?
Are you going to help or not?
Not. Had you done your job as parents and parented Pedro instead of letting him wrap you around his finger, he wouldn't be in a jail cell now. As I looked across the room, I saw Sophia and her parents waiting for me. Now, if you'll excuse me. Mom, I'm watching TV.
Don't be stupid, Ella. I'm so much better than anything you can see on TV.
Hi, I'm Ella from Indiana, and I have the most embarrassing parents in the world. You don't believe me? See for yourself. But before that, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Ever since I can remember, my parents were obsessed with the idea of being famous movie stars, and they'd turn every single thing into a production.
Baby, are you ready for your first day of school?
Mom, why are you dressed like an octopus?
Oh, honey, we want to promote our new movie, Henry Potter and the Octopus Queen, at your school. All your friends and teachers will be so impressed.
Impressed? Everyone was making fun of me as I made my way to my class with my parents looking like cartoons. And the movie they were talking about was the one they'd made themselves, just like all the others, and it was terrible. This was the reason why growing up, I'd never let any of my friends come over. Even on my birthdays, I'd beg my parents not to throw me any parties. But once in 8th grade, my friend Maddie invited me to her birthday party, and Mom and Dad dropped me at her place. But instead of driving away, they parked and got out too. Why are you guys getting out?
We're here for the party, of course.
No, please do not tell me you're going to perform. Only they did. They went onto the stage and started acting out their latest play. And then to my horror, a random kid pointed and yelled, "Hey Ella, aren't those your parents?" What? Of course not. I've never seen those people in my life. Yes, they are. Why don't you go up there and join the circus freaks? A bunch of kids pushed me onto the stage and started laughing. But my parents kept on with their act and didn't even care how they were embarrassing me. I stormed out of there in anger, and that day, I decided I'd had enough. You guys are just making fools of yourself by acting this way, and you're making me miserable.
Ella, why can't you be supportive of our career?
Don't you understand? You're never gonna get famous like this. If you really wanted to make it, you'd be in Hollywood, not this dumb town. I didn't expect my speech to make a difference since they never listened to me. But this time, they did. Ella, you've convinced us. You're brilliant. We're moving to LA. Are you serious? Heck, they were, and I couldn't believe it. This was actually a good thing. I was so happy we were finally leaving this place, and I could start a new life. When it was time to go to my new high school, my mom placed a uniform in front of me. What's this? You're going to a private school, but we can't afford it. This is a business investment, Ella. We found a school where all the famous people send their kids, and if you become friends with them, we'll become famous too. Connections are everything, darling. It's not my job to make you guys famous. Please don't interfere in my life here. What an ungrateful child. What will you say when we become more successful than you ever dreamt of? I did go to the private school, but thankfully they didn't make a scene when I got out of the car on my first day. I was barely through the door of my class when suddenly I was ambushed by some students. Hi, I'm Kira. What's your name? I'm Ella. So, Ella, what do your parents do for a living? Suddenly, all eyes were on me, like this was the last winning question of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, and I freaked out. They're movie stars. Wow, that's so cool. My mom's a director, and I'm sure they must have worked together. So, like, you're Ella Clooney, Ella Downey Jr., Ella Cruz? Tell me their names. You haven't heard from them. They're from Spain. That's why we're here, actually, to expand in the American market. That's awesome! Your American accent is so good. How do you speak such good English? Jesus, who was she? Some investigating officer? I had to change the topic. My mom's American. My dad's the one from Spain. Hey, who's that? That's my brother, Johnny. He's like the most wanted guy in school. If you want, I can introduce him to you. He was her brother? He was so freaking hot. She called him and he came waving at me in the most adorable way. Hi, Johnny. What's your name? Wow, that was brilliant. Genius.
Wow, you're pretty and funny.
Funny? Phew. Johnny, her parents are famous movie stars from Spain, so much cooler than ours. OMG, my lie was going places now. But what was I supposed to do? Someone was actually talking to me on my first day, and the only reason they showed interest in me is because she thought my parents were cool. That day, I had so much fun hanging with Kira and Johnny. I finally had friends. Later when I went home, I felt kinda guilty about lying. So I decided that I was gonna tell them the truth. But the very next day at school, kids were going crazy around me. Apparently, Kira had told everyone how my parents were huge Spanish movie stars, and now everyone wanted to meet them. Holy Jesus! I ran to the washroom to get away from their questions for a while. Just then, I heard someone crying in one of the cubicles. Hi, are you okay in there? What happened? Suddenly, the door flew open, and a girl who looked like she had been crying a lot just pushed past me and ran away. That was weird. Later, I had a chemistry lab class, and everyone had to work in pairs. That's when I saw the girl from the washroom sitting all by herself, looking kinda sad. Hey, can I sit here? She nodded, and I sat down next to her, and she told me her name was May. So, May, will you tell me why you were crying earlier? First, she hesitated, but then she told me everything. I'm the only one here without a famous or super rich family. That's why everyone is always picking on me, especially Kira. She's the worst. Wow, I had no idea Kira was a bully. I felt really bad for May, and I wanted to tell her I was just like her. But I decided it was best not to tell the truth to anyone. I didn't want to be bullied like her too. We did the experiment and got along really well. She was the sweetest person I'd ever met. That was so much fun. Maybe we can get some pizza after school today? I was about to say yes when suddenly Kira came and locked her arms with mine. No thanks. Ella's got better friends, so why would she waste time with a nobody like you? Saying that, she pulled me away with her. And even though I wanted to push her off and walk back towards May, I just couldn't. At this school, people like Kira ate people like me and May for breakfast. I just saved you from being friends with a loser. You're so lucky to have me. Hey, that's really mean. You're welcome. Later, she took me to her house, and there was a huge pool where Johnny was swimming like a mermaid. My jaw immediately dropped. But before I knew it, I was suddenly pushed into the pool. Kira, what was that?
Chill out, Ella. I was just having fun.
What if I didn't know how to swim?
Oh, right. That slipped my mind.
Hey, Ella, ignore my sister. She's a little crazy. But look at you. Wow, you look just as gorgeous in the water as you do in the sun.
God, my heart skipped a beat as he came closer. But just then, Kira jumped into the water and ruined the moment.
You know what? I've got a great idea. Seeing you with that loser girl, what's her name again? February, March, something, May? Yeah, whatever. Let's prank her.
Why?
'Cause it's funny, and she's a loser, and no one will care.
She'll care. Why do you want to bother her?
What's your problem?
You, Kira. I wanted to say that to her face, but just then Johnny spoke up and asked her to stop being a brat. At least he was nice. A few days later, I was on my way to the chemistry lab when I saw Kira standing outside with her minions and giggling. What's going on?
Shh, come here and look. See that flask in May's hand? It's gonna blast in her face as soon as she puts the chemical into it.
And why would it do that?
Because we switched the chemicals. Don't worry, it won't kill her. It'll just be funny.
God, she was such a devil. I immediately ran in and flicked the chemical flask away from May's hand. Ella, what was that? Are you okay? Oh, yeah, totally. I just slipped. And I'm really sorry about Kira the other day. Do you want to grab some pizza after school? I would love to. Kira glared at me with devilish eyes, and after class, she walked up to me and whispered,
"You ditched me for this garbage? Now get ready to be loaded into the same garbage truck with her, Ella."
Kira's threat was creepy, but I was done with these superficial people. I started hanging out with May, and for the first time, I had a good friend. She cared about me and not my parents or their status. Then one day while I was having lunch with May, Johnny came to me and apologized for Kira's behavior. It's my birthday party, and I really want you to come, Ella. I looked at May, and she winked at me with a smile. But May comes with me too. Sure, as long as you're there, the entire city is welcome. We were really excited about the party and went shopping for some cute dresses. And when we got to the party, we were blown away. Almost everyone from school was there, and it was so grand. I saw Johnny dancing with some girls in the distance, but before I could go up to him, Kira came over to me.
Hey, Ella. I'm glad you could make it to my little surprise party.
Your surprise party? What are you talking about? Just then she pointed in the other direction, and my heart dropped when I saw Mom and Dad there. Oh my God, this was a nightmare. But Kira's loud voice was more than enough to tell me all of this was frickin' real.
Guys, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone?
Oh, hi, y'all. We're Ella's parents, and we've come from Indiana to get our careers going. Now, where are all the other famous parents? Everyone gasped and turned to me, even May. She looked so disappointed in me, and I had no one but myself to blame for this. Did you hear, everyone? These are Ella's parents, and they're not from Spain, and they're not big movie stars. They're just struggling losers, and Ella's a big fat liar. Yes, okay, I lied. Only because I wanted to make some friends, but it didn't take me too long to realize I was wrong, because lying can only get you fake, awful friends, like you, Kira. As everyone stared at me, I saw Johnny grinning too. Of course he was in on this. I couldn't stand to be there any longer and ran away. I didn't go to school for days. I felt so ashamed of my stupid lie, and I was afraid of how everyone was going to treat me. Until one day, May texted me and said she was going to be there with me no matter what, and that made me feel a little braver. I just had to face the music. Everyone in school was acting like I didn't even exist. But during recess, I was sitting with May in the cafeteria when a bunch of kids came running and gathered around me. Oh my God, was I about to get bullied? Ella, I can't believe I saw your parents that day. Can you please send me their autographs? Are you gonna work on another movie set? Gosh, you're so lucky. Take me with you. I'll do your homework for a year. What were they talking about? Just then, I noticed my phone was buzzing like crazy, and I had text messages from Mom. Ella, we made it. We're famous. In your face.
I opened the news link she'd sent me and almost fainted. My parents, my actual parents, had both been cast in a highly anticipated superhero movie, and they were Hollywood's new breakthrough stars. Everyone was talking about them on social media. Just then, Kira came running and hugged me. I'm so sorry we fought, bestie. Let's just forget all that. My mom is dying to meet your parents. And look, there's Johnny. And look, there's a garbage bin. Why don't you and your stupid brother jump in there? I pushed her away and put my arm through May's as we walked off. Ella, can I get a selfie with your parents? Of course. And tickets to the premiere and anything else you want, May.
Hi, I'm Kayla, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height.
Hey, how's the weather up there?
The weather is great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team.
Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team.
As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad.
What?
What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me, and I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym, so I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was...
Weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out.
But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire. So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend?
Who?
Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been, and why aren't you answering my calls?
Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship.
Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend.
You're what?
Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks.
Can you both take your crabby fight somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game.
But you can't date her.
Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me.
I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend.
I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too.
Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye.
Whatever. I'm here, right?
I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi, but just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad.
Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now.
Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay.
Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself. And right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No. I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week.
yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected?
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad? We know.
Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
Like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Hi, my name is Cleo, and I'm possibly the clumsiest girl on earth. Accidents just happen around me. I swear it's not my fault, but that made me the most famous TikToker now. Please like and subscribe because My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. My parents were really wealthy, and they liked their luxury. When I was 9 months old, Dad brought a rare vase from Thailand and proudly placed it on the table.
100 blind monks painted this. Took them 2 years.
In less than 2 minutes, I'd crawled straight into the table and toppled it over. I started clapping at the cool smashing sound, but something about Dad's face made me stop. When I started walking, I was like freaking Godzilla, destroying everything in my way. My parents packed away all their precious collector's items, covered the furniture with plastic wrap, and switched to paper cups and plates. But when I was 5 years old, I caused a disaster of epic proportions. One day, I saw the servants sneaking something into Dad's study, and I felt really curious. Later that night, I went down to have a look at it. It was just a dumb painting. As I was about to cover it up, I tripped over the cloth and went crashing straight into the painting, ripping a me-shaped hole through the canvas. Oh my God. The next day, Dad had invited hundreds of friends to our mansion for the unveiling of the painting.
It's such an honor that the great artist has let me borrow it. Behold the masterpiece. Holy moly!
The artist sued Dad, and he had to pay millions in damages. Luckily, money wasn't an issue, but Dad was still so mad. He thought I wasn't normal, so he whisked me off to the doctor who did lots of tests and scans and said there was nothing wrong with me.
Maybe she's just evil then. Maybe she's pretending to be clumsy and destroying our lives for fun.
You sound crazy. Our baby is not evil.
Your baby is a walking disaster.
But then one day, I discovered something that changed my life. When I was 8, Mom took me to the city for the first time. But we were in a really crowded place, and I slipped away from her. As I looked around, I saw a group of homeless children dancing in the street. I immediately fell in love with the way they gracefully moved their bodies. People were giving them money after their performance, but I only had my lollipop. So I gave it to one of them, and she was happy. From then on, I'd watch YouTube videos and teach myself to dance. Even though I was so clumsy usually, the beat of the music somehow made my body movements really coordinated. One day, I decided to show off my moves to my parents. Mommy, Daddy, look, I'm a dancer. Mom was thrilled, but Dad looked horrified and immediately turned off the music.
Good God, how can I unsee that? Don't you ever do that again.
What do you mean, Daddy? I'm a really good dancer, like Beyonce.
Who told you that? Your mirror? Drop this nonsense. You'll be running my company one day, idiot.
Who says she can't do both? She can take dancing lessons right now and learn about your company when she's older.
I say she can't because I pay the bills, and I don't ever want to hear the word dancing in my house again.
I was furious. As I was storming off past him, I accidentally tripped and knocked his phone out of his hand. The screen was smashed to bits. I ran off grinning as he roared. But he was right. He did pay the freaking bills. So I kept learning secretly, but I never mentioned it again. Everyone thought I'd outgrow my clumsiness, but it just seemed to get worse. And of course, in high school, something like this makes you the perfect target for bullies. On my first day in 9th grade, the teacher asked me to collect everyone's notebooks. As I gingerly walked up with the pile, I tripped. When I started picking them up, I didn't see the teacher kneeling down to help me, and I elbowed him really hard in the eye. Word of my clumsiness spread like wildfire. People had bets on when I'd fall or drop something next. If I was seen with any hot food or drink, everyone started running away like the devil was after them. Needless to say, I didn't have any friends, except this crazy rich jock, Hudson, who'd been acting like my boyfriend since the first time he saw me. One day, I was in the girls' bathroom when he suddenly barged in.
Baby cakes, I have a surprise for you.
He pulled me outside where everyone had already gathered to see his gift. Hundreds of iPhones arranged in a giant heart on the ground.
That's 365 iPhones, babe. One for every day of the year. I'll buy you more when you've smashed all of these.
Another time, he gave me a horse. Hudson, what am I gonna do with it? We're in a city.
But that's the one thing you don't have. And you deserve everything.
Now go on, try sitting on it.
Erin, the most popular cheerleader, made a bet out of it, as always. Gather around, guys. New bet starting now. $1,000 if she falls off in the first minute. I was just getting onto the horse when it suddenly flicked its tail and knocked me over. To my horror, I landed in its poop. Erin was howling in triumph as cash rained on her. Keep up the good work, you stupid klutz. Make me richer. When I tried to get up, everyone suddenly disappeared, including Hudson. That jerk. But then, Erin did something that made me even crazier. She started a freaking dance club at school. While I was reading the dance club poster, I heard Erin behind me. Seriously? Don't even think about it. I only accept the best, and you can't even walk straight, dummy. Don't worry, I'm not interested. At all. Of course, that was a lie. It was my dream to dance with other people, like those kids on the street I'd seen years ago, but I could only dance by myself. One afternoon while I was walking in our garden, I tripped over a sunflower and suddenly a splash of water hit my face.
Oh my God, I am so sorry. I didn't see you. I'm Samuel, the new driver.
I looked up to see a gorgeous boy washing our cars with a garden hose, and he was shirtless. As he helped me up, I couldn't help wondering how hard his abs were. I stumbled on purpose, and my palms accidentally landed on his abs, harder than a rock.
Ma'am, are you okay?
Why wouldn't I be? Without another word, I ran off to my room. A few hours later, I was dancing away when I caught Samuel watching me through the window. How long have you been standing there?
You dropped your necklace. I just came to return it. But you were so great, I was mesmerized.
I swear his compliment had my stomach breakdancing. I started hanging out with him after that day, and it felt good to have a friend who knew my little secret. But the universe kept teasing me. Erin started dancing on TikTok and got 1 million followers in a week. Samuel kept encouraging me to make my own account.
I bet you're gonna have 1 million followers in just one day.
My dad won't like it. He doesn't get me. But from then on, I started filming myself whenever I danced in my room. Maybe someday Dad would come around. One evening, Dad took me to a company dinner and officially introduced me as the future CEO. Everyone raised a toast to it, but it just didn't feel right. As I made my way to the front for a speech, my dress got caught on something and ripped, exposing my underwear. Everyone in the room started laughing quietly, and I could see Dad's furious face. I ran out as fast as I could to the car. Samuel looked at my tear-stained face with concern.
Are you okay, ma'am?
I'm sure lots of people think I have the perfect life as a rich heiress, but I want things that money can't buy. I want to do what I love. I want to make my parents proud, and I just want to be normal. To make me feel better, Samuel took me to a dance club. I closed my eyes and just started dancing. Minutes later, I'd forgotten everything because I was in my happy place. When I opened my eyes, I saw Samuel looking at me, and my heartbeat raced.
Ma'am, you're a goddess. I could watch you all day.
Suddenly, I pulled him in close. It's not ma'am, it's Cleo. Just then, I got a call from my dad yelling at me to come home immediately.
Your behavior is unacceptable, but I'll forgive you on one condition. Date the son of my biggest investor, at least for 6 months.
I thought about Samuel, but I knew Dad wasn't really giving me a choice. So I agreed. The next day when he introduced me to his investor's son, my jaw dropped open. Hudson?
Baby cakes!
Did you know about this?
Duh, I've always known who you are. You're not just hot, your parents are as rich as mine.
That very night, I was invited to dinner by his parents, and Dad had a list of instructions for me.
Don't disappoint them, or else I'm going to lose billions. Think before you even breathe, Cleo. And no cursing. They hate that.
Unfortunately, thinking wasn't gonna help. Hudson had the scariest parents in the world. They were watching my every move. It was so nerve-wracking. I got clumsier by the second. I kept dropping my fork, and when I tried to pass his mom the water, the jug slipped from my hand. But then, the unthinkable happened. I dropped some soup on my dress and excused myself for the bathroom. As soon as I got up, I hit my pinky toe on the edge of the table. Holy piece of stupid sh! They looked at me like I'd just killed their whole neighborhood. I was sure Hudson wouldn't want anything to do with me after that dinner, but Dad would be raging mad when he found out. But I actually didn't care.
The next day at school, I was really surprised when Hudson walked over to me and put his arm around my waist.
Baby cakes? I don't care if my parents think you're a stupid klutz. You're too beautiful for anyone else. I have a grand gift to make you feel better.
He pushed a bunch of car keys into my hand.
20 sports cars for you, babe.
20 freaking cars? But I didn't even know how to drive. He gave the stupidest gifts ever. Just then, he kissed me and I pushed him away. I'm sorry, Hudson, but I can't force myself to like you. I like someone else. Also, you're really obnoxious. And with that, I threw the car keys at him and walked away. Of course, Hudson's parents backed out from the deal, and Dad went psycho. I told him what a jerk Hudson was, but he didn't care.
So, your mom married me, didn't she? It's actually because of that poor driver, isn't it? Well, I sent him back to his country and I told him to stay away from you, if he knows what's good for him.
I was shocked, and then I was furious. That's it. Keep your stupid house and your stupid company to your stupid self. I'm not giving up on anything for you now.
How dare you talk to me like that?
She's right. I'm not watching you bully her anymore either. Dad immediately kicked us both out of his mansion and cut off all our allowances. But Mom wasn't sorry at all and said she'd rather be poor than with him. We moved to my late grandparents' house. Luckily, I still had the horse and iPhones Hudson gave me, and I sold them all off to give us a head start. And I made my own account and uploaded my saved videos. To my surprise, I got 2 million followers over the weekend. Erin was smoking red. Next day at school, she came to me and said, "How is this possible? I can twerk and throw it back better than you." I guess my followers just disagree with you, Erin. Fine, let's dance to the same song. And whoever has more likes in 1 hour wins. Loser pays $50,000 and drops out of school. Challenge accepted. We did the dance, and I won by 100,000 likes. Erin's account was suddenly deleted, and I never saw her again. Mom encouraged me to do more videos, and I reached 20 million followers in just 4 months. She also started joining me, and I was mind blown by her moves. So that's where I got my talent. 2 years later, we started a dance studio where I taught little kids how to dance and to chase their dreams. And this seemed just right. But there was something missing from my life. Until one day, a handsome guy entered my studio, and when he took off his shades, I swear I almost fainted.
Can I get an autograph?
I can give you more than that, Samuel. We went out and sparks flew. Sam was charming, kind, and simple. Even my mom loved him. We started dating and even
My name is Prisha. I live in the United States, but I'm originally from India. Please like and subscribe. Back in India, I was so popular, and everyone thought I was pretty. Even the principal and the teachers adored me. Once when I was in the 2nd grade, I got sick for a week during the exams week, and the principal decided to postpone all the exams until I felt better. Life was great at school, but back at home, things weren't good. I had a twin brother named Aaron, and he was my mom's favorite simply because he was a boy. Once on our birthday, Mom organized a party for him only and made me serve him and his friends, and there was no party for me. Mom was so mean, but at least I had school, my happy place. That is, until the 7th grade when my family decided to move to the States. I had to leave my amazing life and friends, and I was so sad. I always felt like a freak in the States. My skin, my accent, my clothes, everything was so different from everyone else. To make matters worse, Mom wanted me to wear the traditional clothes, a sari, to school. But Mom, if you want me to keep wearing that, why did you leave India? This is a new country with a new style of clothes. Shut up, you useless girl. We left India because of your dad's job and I didn't have any choice. And you need to wear a sari to school because I said so. I won't have you dressing like an indecent woman. I turned around to leave and found Aryan standing behind me, laughing. And then Mom told him that she got a private tutor to teach him English at home. And why wouldn't I get a teacher, Mom? What would a housewife need English for? You only have to clean and cook. Don't talk to me like that, you idiot. What are you going to do, little girl? Scream for daddy? And then I jumped on him and pulled his hair till Mom pulled me away. Mom said I was a bad girl and she decided that she'd come to school on the first day to watch me. She wasn't kidding. I wanted the earth to swallow me as we walked into school together. Mom was even holding my hand. Some girl even came and held my other hand to help me walk. She thought I was blind. When I walked into the classroom, I met the snobbiest, meanest girl in the United States, Missy. Excuse me, this is my classroom and you're hurting my eyes with the curtain you're wearing. Take off these clothes right now. Even if it makes you naked, I don't care. Because my English wasn't good, I didn't say anything and just walked to an empty seat. But Missy stopped me. Hello, I'm talking to you. This is an American school. Change your clothes. It's not Dalawi here.
It's Diwali, ma'am.
Huh? What are you talking about? Just leave, disappear, vanish. Go. Sit there, in the corner. I took my seat and some girls later came to me to say that I looked beautiful. I knew they were just being nice, and now with Missy around, my life would be hell. On the other hand, Aaron was having a blast. He became one of the popular kids in school only a week after we joined. He was so mean, he joined Missy in bullying me and didn't tell anyone that we were siblings. Once during a lesson, I needed an eraser, so I asked Aaron for one in Hindi. He pretended he didn't hear me, but I kept calling him until Missy said, "Oh God, why is this dummy talking to you in that weird language?" "Oh, no, it's because she knows I speak her language." And to Missy he said, "Tum queso, Hasina." Oh God, that's so sexy. I like smart boys who can speak languages other than like American. Please, be my boyfriend? Aaron got closer to her and kissed her. Ew! I threw my pencil at his head and he yelled like a little girl. I couldn't take this anymore. The very next day, with my savings, I went to a secondhand store and bought a few cool outfits. I decided to keep the clothes in my backpack every day, and before arriving at school, I would go into a public bathroom and change. But my only problem was Aaron. To my surprise though, he didn't say anything to me. And with my new outfit, Missy left me alone, and my life was getting better. That is, until one day when Aaron came to me. "Wow, Prisha, you really look good. But I wonder what Mom would have to say about you dressing like an indecent woman." "This is not indecent. It's a pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Can't you leave me alone?" Nope, I don't think so. I'm gonna tell Mom." I pushed him angrily against the wall. "What will keep your mouth shut?" Well. How about your weekly money?" "But that money is for lunch at school." "You decide. Either you eat or you face Mom." What a jerk. He could dress as he wanted to go to school, but I couldn't? What an unfair world. I gave him my weekly money. I wasn't going back to being bullied for my clothes. One day I was starving and staring at a sandwich in the cafeteria when Missy and Aaron came over. "Hello, starving girl. Do you want that sandwich? I can give you money for it." You would? Thank you." As I extended my hand, Missy slapped it away. "Not so fast, loser. You'll have to do something for me. I need someone to carry my bag, and my amazing boyfriend suggested that you could work as my assistant." What a total jerk! But I needed money, so I asked her how much she would give me weekly, and she said only 50. "Oh, I want 200 weekly. Please, Aaron, talk to your girlfriend, or I will tell her about your sister and who she is." "Oh, OMG, I would love to meet your sister and your family, babe." "Oh, babe, trust me, you won't. Let's pay this loser $200. "Well, that's not happening. I'll only pay 100, and you, babe, you can pay the other 100. Aaron looked like he was about to explode. Now he was the dumb moron who would pay me to keep my mouth shut. Being Missy's assistant wasn't that bad after all. I actually gained popularity next to that dumb girl and made good money. But one day, Missy decided that we would all eat pastrami sandwiches. I don't know if you know this, but Hindus aren't allowed to eat cow's meat. They're sacred to us. But my stupid brother was eating it. Oh my God! I snatched his sandwich and threw both of ours away. "What do you think you're doing? Bring them back and eat them right now, or you're fired." "I will not eat this meat. You cannot force me. So, okay, I'm fired." "Get out of here, stinky." "Stinky you. As long as you have straight hair, you don't bathe for days. Your hair smells like trash, Missy." "You're so terrible. Just go back to your country." "Oh yeah, I'd love to, but then I'd have to take my brother with me, who happens to be your boyfriend." Aaron glared at me, but instead of being mad, Missy just pulled him close. Oh, it's so hot having an Indian boyfriend. Indian guys are the best. And they started kissing. Ugh! I just stormed off. Later that day, when I was in the public bathroom changing my clothes, Aaron was waiting outside. Hey, dumbhead. I think now you have to pay me so I won't tell mommy about your secret. Man, why do you always have to be so mean to me? I told you before, it's because you're useless and stupid. You know that's not true. Yeah, you know what? You're right. It's because you're the smart, likable twin. And since I can't be as smart as you, I'll ruin you. So give me my money now. No, I'm not giving you anything. I'm sick of you and Mom. She is just crazy. When I finished saying those words to Aaron, he turned white and his eyes widened. What? What? That's true. Mom doesn't understand anything. My brother pointed behind me. When I turned around, there she was, Mom. And guess what? She had heard everything and she was seeing me dressed in jeans. She looked like a bomb was about to explode. I don't know if she was going to have a stroke or if she was going to attack me, but instead, Mom only said 5 words. Take that off right now. With my head down, I just said, yes, Mom. Next day, Mom told me the craziest thing. I would be engaged to someone soon and marry them after graduation. I was speechless. Mom was awful. I just ran out of the house and walked for hours in the pouring rain. I felt defeated. I came home when everybody was sleeping. The following day, I had to go to school dressed as Mom wanted. And of course, Missy was bullying me over my clothes again. Wow, your clothes are so amazing.
You don't mean that, do you?
Of course not. Today's not Halloween, my dear.
It isn't? So why do you have on that monster mask?
Oops, you don't seem to like jokes.
Do you see anyone laughing? A joke has to make everyone laugh. If not, it's bullying.
Oh, shut up, you Dalawi girl.
What is that even supposed to mean?
But then Missy attacked me and everyone gathered around us. We were wrestling on the ground till someone pulled Missy away. And it was Aaron.
Don't touch my sister or else, Missy.
Missy and I were shocked and we both yelled, "What?"
You heard me. And stop bullying her for the way she's dressed. You need to learn some respect.
Oh my God, are you defending this witch?
This witch is my sister, and there is no way I would let you talk to her like that, or to anyone. This needs to stop, and you have to apologize now.
In your stupid, ugly dreams, you moron. And suddenly a boy yelled,
Yeah, you have no right to bully her for wearing a sari. Apologize now.
And another girl said, not only to her, apologize to all of us for being a jerk and bullying us for stupid reasons. Everyone circled Missy and she started crying like a little baby. I'm sorry, just don't hurt me.
I know you're apologizing now only because you're scared. But I swear, if we see you bullying someone again, me and my brother will make sure you regret it.
Missy squealed and ran away like a little mouse. I thanked Aaron and asked him why he did this now. He said it was time for him to be man enough to do the right thing.
After what Mom decided to do to you and marry you off, I knew I had to do something. You're my sister and you've always treated me well. I have to help you, Prisha.
I still had another big problem, my engagement, which was a week from now. But I had a plan and Aaron was going to help me. I ran away that day and Aaron took my place. He dressed like me and covered himself with a veil and no one could recognize him. When I ran away, I bumped into someone and he looked at me with his eyes wide.
I think I'm your fiancé.
Oh, you're also running away?
Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know why they're doing this to their own kids. Marrying someone against your will is the worst.
His name was Karan, and we spent the next 2 hours talking. While back at home, people became impatient and asked Mom to hurry. So Mom just removed the veil and, well, she screamed when she saw Aaron. Everyone stared in shock and then frantically started searching for us. Everyone had left by the time I got home, but Mom was waiting for me, and she was fuming. Mom, I don't want to get engaged, and you can't make me. I love my Hindi origins, and I'm so proud to be who I am. But forcing me to be with someone I don't love is a red line.
Well, you don't decide that. You're only a stupid, useless girl, and you will have to…
No, that girl has grown up, Mom. and I won't allow you to control me anymore. I'm a real human being with real emotions, and you need to leave me alone or I will call child services. Do you hear me?" Mom gasped as she attacked me. I pushed her away. "You're not my daughter. I'm ashamed to have a daughter like you." "Fine with me, and don't you ever try to touch me again." Hi there, I'm Saul from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was only 2, Mom left Dad because his business was failing miserably, and she didn't want to be with someone poor. But growing up, Dad adored me and made sure I had everything. But over the next few years, he turned really lucky and his business was booming again. And just like that, we were richer than ever. We had a super big mansion, fancy cars, and butlers. On my 4th birthday, Dad said he had a big surprise for me, and I was super excited for it. But then he introduced me to his girlfriend, Linda. Aw, Saul, you're adorable, baby girl. Ew, she was so weird. But very soon I discovered that she was a witch too. The second Dad would turn his back, she would go all crazy on me. You look like a filthy boy from a slum. And what's with your ugly hair? Ew. But Dad wouldn't listen to a word against her. He was so blindly in love. Soon after they got married, and the first thing Linda did was transfer all of Dad's money to her name. A year later, she gave birth to Tanya, who was the cutest. But slowly, Linda started revealing her real face to Dad too. One day, while Dad was getting ready for a business trip, Linda went all bonkers on him. "I have a night out with my friends, and you want me to take these good-for-nothing kids with me? You better stay home and do it yourself. Don't talk to me like you're my boss. It's because of me that you get to enjoy all these luxuries. I work hard and I feed everyone here, so don't give me that attitude." "Oh, who says I'm not the boss?" Saying that, she threw the property papers in his face and asked him to leave her house. This was crazy. But what Dad did was even crazier. He left us forever, and I had to put up with my witchy stepmom. Now, Linda would spend all of Dad's money on shopping and her parties all day long, and not even care about Tanya. So I made sure to look after her, and over time, we grew quite close. One day, Tanya fell sick, and I asked Linda to go get her some medicine. But when she came back, her hands were full of shopping bags. And worse, she didn't get the medicine. Seriously, Linda? I can't believe you're doing this to your own daughter now. Okay, I forgot. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a fever. It'll go away on its own. But the important thing is, what will I wear for tomorrow's party? Whoa, this woman was something. Years passed and Tanya started going to school with me, but I was concerned about her grades. So I went to her room to help her with the upcoming tests, but Linda didn't seem happy about it. Why are you trying to make her a geek like you? Isn't it enough that she has the biggest glasses on her nose? For God's sake, let her be like me, growing up and finding a rich husband. That's what smart women do. She was horrible, and Tanya was nothing like her. So I made sure to help her when Linda wasn't around. Then one snowy evening, I thought Tanya was outside having snow fights with the neighborhood kids, but what I saw left me shocked. I realized all the kids had ganged up on her and were throwing snowballs at her face. Take this, loser. OMG, he was so done. I ran out and picked up a huge chunk of snow and threw it at him. Don't you dare hurt my sister, dummy. I chased all the stupid kids away and took Tanya inside. A few moments later, Linda walked in, and I told her all about it. So, what should I do? And what did you expect, really? Of course kids are gonna bully her for looking like a loser nerd. Linda, are you crazy? You're her mother. Do something! You want me to do something? Fine. From today, she won't go to school and anywhere outside, and then there'll be no more problems. What? How could she do that? Tanya ran up to her room in tears, and I went after her. Don't worry, little sis. I'll get you out of here. But how? She'd ground me forever if she finds out. Well, then she will never find out. That's when an idea hit me. If I kept Linda distracted, she wouldn't care about us. I swapped Linda's shampoo with green dye, and the next morning, she looked like the freaking Grinch as she ran to the salon in her bathrobe.
Tanya and I laughed our butts off and headed off to school. I'd find more ways to keep Linda busy. Later that day, when I went to the school cafeteria to have lunch with Tanya, she didn't show up for quite some time. Just then, I heard someone crying from under the table. I bent down and saw Tanya. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Come on out.
That boy, that Jerry, he took my glasses and pushed me. I couldn't see anything, and everyone started laughing. So I hid here.
Oh, God. I marched straight to the boy's table and pulled him up by his shirt. Let me show you who the real gangster is, kid.
Whoa, easy, please. What's wrong?
I turned around to see Sebastian, a new student who had just joined my class. This guy has been bullying my little sister, and I'm here to teach him a lesson.
OMG, I'm so sorry. He's my younger brother, and I'll make sure to teach him better. It's just that we're new here and he's having a tough time adjusting. But I promise, he won't do it again.
He immediately grabbed the glasses from his little brother's hand and put them on Tanya. Well, that was sweet. Later during class, he apologized to me again, and I kind of felt I was too harsh with his brother. Hey, listen, it's just that I'm too attached to Tanya. I feel more like a mom to her, so I couldn't see her crying, and
it's all right. I totally understand.
Turns out he and his brother were a lot like us. Their mother passed away long ago, and their dad was always away for work, and that connected us instantly. He also suggested that we all go sledding in the evening so that our siblings could get along. It sounded like a great idea, and the four of us actually had a lot of fun together that evening. But as soon as we reached home, I was shocked to find Linda all flared up in anger. You all think you're smart enough to play your little pranks on me? Well, now it's my turn. Tanya, you're grounded forever. No school, no friends, and finally, no sister. 'Cause Saul's moving to an orphanage right now. What? Why? You can't do that.
Mom, no, please don't say that. She's my sister and your daughter.
No, she isn't. Not anymore. I have signed off the papers and gave up her guardianship. Now she's an orphan. So, pack up your bags and leave my house, Saul, before I kick you out. No, you can't make me leave. I tried to fight her for Tanya's sake, but that evil witch made the guards throw my stuff out of the house, and now I had no other option but to leave the house and Tanya. While I was leaving, Tanya kept screaming at me from the balcony.
Please don't go, Saul. What will I do without you?
It was hard for me to see her in tears, but I promised her I'd come back for her someday. After that, I kept walking for hours until it started raining and I stopped at a restaurant. Just then, the waitress came in and asked me what I wanted to eat. Well, I don't have any money, so I'm afraid I won't be able to order anything. But she sneaked me some hot chocolate from the counter and told me it was on her. She seemed like a really nice lady and even asked me if I wanted a job. A job? That'll be great. I didn't want to go to the orphanage, and this way I could earn some money too. So I started working there as a waitress. The lady also offered me a place to live, and I kind of felt like I'd found a new home. Days passed, and I even learned some basic tailoring and designing from the old waitress. Within a month, I was able to design beautiful dresses and sweatshirts out of old, rugged clothes. One day, while I was serving coffee to one of the customers, I accidentally spilled some over her dress. Are you blind? That's a designer piece. She seemed really mad, so I'd said I'd get her something to wear. I ran to the storage room where I had all my designs, and since I couldn't pick one for her, I carried them all to her. Oh my God, these are amazing. Who made them? I did. She looked awestruck by my talent and told me she was a world-famous designer herself. Her name was Angelica Martino. And then she offered me a job as a designer. This was freaking awesome. I couldn't believe my ears. I took this opportunity and followed her to Italy and joined her massive company. And within months, I was making more money than I'd expected. Honestly, I was quite happy, but I always felt that there was something missing from my life. Tanya. I told Angelica I wanted to visit San Francisco, but she wouldn't let me. I can't let anyone go just like that. We have business to do here. And if you still want to go, you can. But then I won't give you any credits for your designs, girl. What? Why had she turned into a Karen? But I wasn't gonna take that rubbish from her. I stormed out of her office, taking all my savings and cutting up all the designs I made for the company so they couldn't use them. Yeah,
and I could hear the witch Angelica's screams as far up as the plane. As soon as I landed in the city, I crashed into someone I'd never imagined. Sebastian.
Saul, is that you? Oh my God, I was so worried. I had no idea where you'd gone. Are you okay?
Suddenly, I burst into tears and told him everything that happened, and he asked me to move into his place with him and Jerry. I said yes, and he took me to his huge mansion, and seeing the brothers taking care of each other made me think about Tanya even more. So I went to see her the first thing in the morning with Sebastian, but I was super shocked to see her all alone. She ran towards me as soon as she saw me and burst into tears. "Oh, Saul, where were you? I missed you so much. You said you'd come back for me, and I waited for you every single minute of every day. I felt so lonely without you. I missed you too, little sis. I thought about you every single day, and I'm so sorry that I made you wait for so long. But now that I'm here, I promise, I'm never gonna leave you alone. And I'll make up for everything." Then she told me that Linda had been living away with her rich boyfriend for months now, and she had left Tanya all by herself. She was unbelievable. I took Tanya with me to Sebastian's place, and I even filed a case against Linda for Tanya's custody, and she happily gave it away to me. Good riddance. After that, I opened my own fashion store. A few years later, Linda came back after getting dumped by her fraud boyfriend who took all her money and ran away. "I raised you all those years, so I deserve half of the money from your fashion store. You can't say no." "You didn't raise me, Linda. You just threw me out of my own house like trash. And now I'm returning the favor." "Yeah, Mom, I prefer to see you homeless because you're the worst mother on earth. Just get lost." "Oh, on second thought, why homeless when we can put her in jail? The right place for terrible people like her." We finally called the cops and filed a case against Linda. We won, and she was thrown in jail for years. And Tanya and I lived happily ever after. So I tiptoed my way to get closer when this homeless guy popped out of nowhere and my soul left my body.
Hey, honey, what's a pretty girl like you doing here at this time of the hour?
That's none of your business.
Oh, but it is. You look fancy. Got some money to spare?
And with that, the homeless guy charged at my bag, but I held it tight from the other end and started screaming for my life. Jason heard it, came running, and kicked the homeless guy's butt.
Have you been following me?
Not intentionally. I was just in the neighborhood and saw you from a distance, so I thought I'd say hello. What were you doing in that alley?
That's none of your business.
Why are you screaming at me? I didn't know that this place is so unsafe. Why are you always so rude to me, Jason? All I've ever done is be nice to you and get you tickets and try to talk to you. I have this giant, stupid crush on you that I can't even do anything about, and you keep screaming at me like I'm a baby. You don't find me pretty, right? That's the problem. Just tell me the truth, Jason, but please, just stop being so heartless.
Please, Masha, please don't cry. I'm sorry, I really am. I never meant to hurt you. You're very pretty. So pretty that my heart hurts every time I see you.
Really? You think I'm pretty?
I think that's a very well-established fact.
Then why were you at the game with that girl?
She was just a friend.
Jason wiped a tear off my cheek, and my body went numb at his touch. We laughed and talked for a little while before Jason dropped me back to my car, and the next morning, I woke up to a text from him that he wanted to take me out. I was over the moon to finally get a date with Jason, but I didn't tell Robert anything because I didn't want to jinx it till things got official. For our first date, Jason took me to a rundown amusement park that had been closed for years, and I was scared to the bone. Jason, I don't think we should be here. I've heard a rumor that this place is haunted. Years ago, some girl fell off that Ferris wheel and her body was never found. Can we go to some other place, please?
Oh, it's just a rumor. Now stay here and I'll be right back.
Don't leave me alone. But Jason was already running in the other direction. As I walked around the place, I felt a shadow behind me. Before I could react, something crawled up my legs and I almost peed my pants. Please don't kill me. I swear, I'll do anything you say. I'm just 18. I haven't even had my perfect kiss yet.
Masha, open your eyes.
Nope. I've seen a lot of horror movies. You're just trying to lure me into opening my eyes, and then you'll steal my body and walk the earth. I will not fall for your tricks.
Relax, it's just a cat.
I slowly opened my eyes and saw Jason holding a cat in his arms, and I felt like such a fool. Just then, Jason snapped his fingers and the whole park lit up. I was still taking it all in when Jason took my hand and looked me deep in my eyes.
So, you haven't had your perfect kiss yet, huh? Let's see if we can change that.
He leaned in for a kiss, and so did I, and it was unreal. I'd never felt this connection with anyone in my life before, and I knew it then that I was falling for this guy. I ended up having the best time on our date, and when he dropped me back, all I could think about was how I was lying to Jason. He was simply perfect, and I felt like a jerk to take advantage of him. I had to come clean to Jason before we took anything forward, so the next day at school, I decided to talk to him, but he was nowhere to be seen. I went to the library and heard Robert and him arguing.
You think you're so smart you can get away with anything, but mark my words, street rat, no one can outsmart me. Keep your empty threats and your money in your pocket, Robert. I'm not afraid of you anymore. That's because you haven't seen what I'm actually capable of. I will tell everyone that you and your family are staying here illegally. I can't stop you from doing what you want to, but I will not let you stop me from dating Masha any longer. Suit yourself.
I slipped away quietly before either of the boys saw me, feeling totally confused. Robert asked Jason to stay away from me when he asked me to date him, and Jason was living in this country illegally? I had so many questions and only one way to get my answers. I texted Jason that I was skipping school and asked Robert to see me at the beach house. He got there an hour later, and I was so mad at him, I flung a vase at him, but he ducked.
Are you trying to kill me?
Oh, I wish I could kill you, but before that, you need to answer my questions. What kind of cruel, twisted game are you playing with me and Jason? Oh yeah, I heard you two arguing in the library.
Then you also heard that he's staying in this country illegally. You know his dad is a fraud and currently in jail?
That's not what I asked.
Fine, I did what I did because I was tired of living under your shadow.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember as kids? No one even looked at me. All that people talked about was the pretty little Katie. I was always the ugly twin brother. I was good at studies, brilliant at sports, but no one cared.
Robert, I know what happened to you wasn't easy, but it's not my fault. I also had my share of insecurities.
Like what? A chipped nail or a bad haircut? I had to work for everything, but all you did was bat your eyelashes and drop a few tears. Do you know how annoying it is to always be second to someone in your own house? For once, I wanted to see you struggle, so I told Jason not to fall for your tricks. In return, I paid him money and kept his secret. Everything was going perfectly until Jason actually fell in love with you, and now he will pay.
Robert, please! Jason's innocent! Whatever he did, he didn't need to be a part of our mess. Just leave him out of it!
But he is a part of our mess because you love him, and now I will take him away from you. I've already alerted the authorities that he's living here illegally, and soon he'll be deported. You can say your final goodbyes if you want.
You disgust me, Robert. I hate you. I ran outside, but I had no idea where Jason lived. The only address I had was of his aunt's cafe, so that's where I went. But unfortunately, it was shut. I tried calling Jason's cell phone, but it was out of reach, and there was no other way to get in touch with him. I felt like someone had punched me in my gut, and I couldn't help blaming myself for the situation he was in. I tried tracking Jason for a while, but it was useless, and eventually, I went back to my old life, but everything had changed. I got no pleasure in spending money. If anything, I wanted to do something more with my privilege. Dad was proud of me, so he helped me open up a small charity for immigrant kids looking for a good education. Then one day, I was organizing a camp in Mexico when I heard a familiar voice behind me.
I left for some months to find you as a totally different person?
Jason, that's really you? I can't believe it.
Neither can I, Masha. Or should I say, Katie?
I know you must hate me for what I did, but I had no idea Robert could do something so twisted. And when I finally knew the truth, it was too late, and I lost you, and...
Katie, stop. Robert actually did me a favor. A lot of people lost money because of Dad, and they threatened my family. That's why me and my family settled in a new country illegally, but we were always living in fear. After we went, things had settled down, and I could finally live in peace. I'm studying law now and planning to fight for Dad.
I don't know what to say, except I'm proud of you, and I'm sorry. Losing you made me realize that all that matters in life is real love and friendship. So if you give me a chance, I'd I'd like you to know the real me, new me.
I like the sound of that. Cup of coffee then?
Will you make one for me?
Let's not push it.
Guys, I learned that stupid people like me realize that they love someone only after losing them, and never before.
Hi, I'm Lena. Before I tell you my story, please click like and subscribe. My mom used to be a supermodel, but after I was born, she gained weight, became a stay-at-home mom, and then Dad left us when I was 3. She'd just be weeping all day and stuffing her face with ice cream. Whenever I cried, she'd give me ice cream too. But as time went by, I was still eating like this while Mom got over her depression, lost those extra pounds, and jumped back into modeling. One day, I was imitating her poses in the mirror, and she came in laughing. Mommy, what's so funny? I'm gonna be a model one day, like you.
Oh, poor baby. Why are you so dumb? Modeling isn't for everybody.
We'll find something you're good at.
But I doubt that.
That was mean. But when she left, I sneaked out her high heels to practice my catwalk, and moments later, I broke one. I glued it on and put it back. Mom started going away for work, so she hired a nanny for me. Years passed and eating just became a way to cope with my feelings. Whenever I was sad or stressed, I'd just stuff my face. And by 8th grade, I was plus-sized. I was smart and got good grades, but everyone just mocked me over my weight. I even changed schools, but things didn't get better. Because here, I was invisible, and it felt awful. Until one day, Freya, the most popular girl, came and sat next to me. Hey, you're the new girl, right? Your hair is so pretty. She started sitting with me every day, and we became really good friends. Now, suddenly the boys were noticing me, but only 'cause they wanted to get close to Freya. I'd become the official delivery person for everything they wanted to give to her. So one day, when this cute boy Sheldon gave me flowers, I was shocked when he said they were for me. Was this some kind of prank? But he looked so sincere, and then he asked me out. The next few weeks, I was over the moon. But once when we were out for dinner, I suddenly felt the chair give away under me, and I went crashing to the floor. I just wanted to disappear. But Sheldon totally went off on the management.
My girlfriend could have gotten hurt. What are these chairs made of? Toothpicks?
He then got us a huge free meal, and we had a car picnic instead. I loved how he'd stood up for me. The next day, I went to the school gym looking for him, but I suddenly stopped when I heard Sheldon.
Guys, how much longer do I have to date this baby elephant? Dude, the dare is for a month. I'm getting broke paying for all that food. And it's embarrassing being seen with a girl twice my size.
I couldn't hear another word. Later, I went to Freya's house and cried my heart out over pizza. That day, I decided that if my weight was constantly getting in my way, I was gonna lose it. Summer break had started, and I told Freya I was gonna be in Paris with Mom, but I was at home, and my nanny helped me diet and exercise. And soon, I lost a lot of weight. When I went back to school, I could feel everyone's eyes and smiles on me. And suddenly, some boys from my class rushed forward to ask me my name. Wait, they didn't even recognize me? Just then I spotted Freya and I ran to hug her. Freya, I missed you so much. Lena? Is that you? Oh my God. What? When? How did you do this? She was so surprised, but super proud of me. Just then, Sheldon came up to me looking dumbstruck.
Wow, Lena, you look hotter than Wonder Woman. But tell me, babe, why wouldn't you text me back over the holidays? I missed you.
All I wanted to do was slap him hard, but suddenly I had a better idea. Oh, I was at a yoga retreat and we weren't allowed any cell phones there, but I really missed you too. Freya looked shocked, but I quickly pulled her away and whispered my plan, and that had her laughing. The next day, I planned a romantic date with Sheldon at a really fancy restaurant, and I was dressed to kill. When it was time to order, I was ready. Yes, I'll have all the appetizers. 3 lobsters, 4 steaks, 1 poached salmon, and well, you can bring us the entire dessert menu.
Lena, who's gonna eat all that food?
I will, of course. You know my appetite, babe. When the food arrived, I ate a few bites and asked the waiter to pack it. When he came with the bill, I picked up the food and was leaving. And Sheldon kinda lost it.
You're splitting the bill with me, right?
Nope. It's not cheap dating a baby elephant, you know. Also, it's time you paid for being a complete jerk. I threw a glass of juice at his face and walked out. I gave most of the food to some homeless people, and the rest I shared with Freya as I told her all about my date. Sheldon never came near me again, but my popularity in school soared overnight. I had more boys asking me out than I could count, and the party invitations were piling up. One day at lunch, I got a text message from a new number. It was this new Italian boy in the school that had all the girls drooling.
Come to my birthday party tonight, Bellissima. It's exclusively for hotties.
I went to the birthday party, and there was a big screen showing a slideshow of Italian guys' baby pictures. Everyone was awing over them, but suddenly the screen went blank, and what started playing next left me shook. It was a YouTube channel called Fatty Eats the World, and there were videos of me. In one, I was looking really glum and stuffing my face with spaghetti, and in another, I was crying and eating pizza. Oh my God, what? There was only one person who could have made these. Just then, Freya stepped up from behind the screen. Hey, Italian guy. That girl you're talking to, Lena, that's her. See how she looks like a sad sack of potatoes? I don't know what surgery she had to lose the weight, but just remember, it's only a matter of time till she'll be upset over something, and she'll be sobbing and eating like a whale again. Sure, you can handle this? I stared at her in shock as everyone stared at me. All I wanted to do was run and hide inside a cake, but I wasn't gonna do that. I marched up to her and pulled out the projector plug. Freya, are you a psycho? You've been recording me anytime I've poured my heart out and set up a freaking YouTube channel? What kind of friend does that? Seriously? You never wondered why someone like me became friends with you? I just needed a smart girl to help me with my studies. Also, I looked even better next to you. And you should be thanking me for the channel. You were invisible before I noticed you, and now you go around acting like you're better than me. Are you so insecure that you need a fat friend around to make you feel good about yourself? You're a pathetic, evil jerk. And that fat friend, it's not gonna be me anymore. I pushed her and she went flying into the Italian guy's birthday cake. She screamed and he screamed and I stormed out. I was heartbroken by Freya's betrayal and I didn't go to school for the next few days. But one day when the doorbell rang, I was thrilled to see Mom was back. Am I in the wrong house or… Holy cow! Lena? Is that you? Of course it's me, Mom. How do I look? I think… I don't like you this way. I liked my cute, chubby girl more. Come on, let's get her back. I'll order pizzas. You'll eat a large one, right? Mom, no. How can you say that? I thought you'd be so happy. And you know, I can even try modeling now. What? No, forget it. I've said this before. Modeling isn't for you. I couldn't really understand Mom's reaction. Why didn't she want me to be a model? She noticed that I wasn't going to school and I told her about the stupid party. When I showed Mom the horrible YouTube channel, she actually started laughing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but it's kind of funny in a cute way. And suddenly, I was raging mad. You think it's funny that my best friend recorded the saddest moments of my life and put them up on YouTube for everyone to see? Do you think this is a funny, cute joke? Mom, I had an eating disorder, and you know whose fault that is? Yours. She leapt up like she'd been electrocuted. Hey, watch it. I've worked really hard to give you a good life and… Mom, you worked really hard for you and left me to literally eat my feelings. Do you have any idea how tough my life's been? And now that I've worked so hard and finally feel good, you're not even happy for me. Gosh, you're the worst. I shut myself up in my room and decided I had to deal with Freya on my own. I made a video about my emotional eating problem and how my videos had been uploaded without my consent. I posted it and it went viral. So many people reported the channel, it was immediately taken down. Lots of people even commented that I should sue Freya. And the next day, her parents were at my door begging me to forgive her. She'll do anything. We'll change her school, and she'll never bother you again. Go on, Freya. Say that you're very, very sorry." Well, she did, and I never saw her again. I went back to school, but I stopped going to the parties and hanging out with all those shallow people who didn't even see me before I lost the weight. One day, I took Mom's address book and copied some fashion agency numbers. I contacted a few and waited patiently for some response. One day, a suited man came to our house, and it turned out to be Mom's first modeling agent. "Oh, it's been so long since we did a project together. I'm so happy to see you here." "Oh, yes, but right now I'm here to meet your daughter, Lena. She sent in her audition tape, and I think she could be the next big thing. You must be so proud of her." I was ecstatic, but Mom turned pale. She pulled me aside. "How dare you do this to me? You lost weight just to show me that I'm outdated and irrelevant, and you can be better than me?" I pushed her hand away angrily. "So that's what your problem is? God, you're more insecure than Freya. My weight loss isn't about you. It's about me taking control of my life." I signed the contract for that project in front of her eyes, and it went really well. Other projects started rolling in, and I was making really good money. Soon after, I entered a national modeling contest, and I won. I stepped onto the stage for my winner's speech. To all the young girls out there, I just want to say, don't let anyone or anything get in the way of your dreams. People have a way of pushing you down and making you feel worthless, but you should know your own value and power. You can achieve anything you set your heart to. Just believe in yourself.
My friends must have thought I went home. I looked around, and the beach was empty, which was really weird at this time of year. I tried to take out my phone from my back pocket, but it wasn't there. Apparently, someone had stolen it, or I had dropped it somewhere. I freaked out, not because it had all my pictures in it or anything like that. The problem was that the beach was really far away from the town, and I hadn't told my parents that I had gone to the party. I walked for at least an hour to get home. The weird thing is that everything was closed and there were no cars around. The town looked deserted. I was really confused and I ran home to ask my parents what was going on. But when I got home, the door wasn't locked and my family wasn't there. What the hell was happening? I desperately started looking for a note, but there was nothing. I didn't know what to do or how to contact them, so I went to my friend's house, then to the school and the police station, but no one was there. It seemed that I was the only one left in the entire town. Then a thought crossed my mind. This has to be a dream. There is no other explanation. Of course, it's a dream, Beatrice. Otherwise, how do you explain your parents leaving town without telling you? I felt my heart racing and my head exploding. I was panicking big time. I tried to calm myself down, but it wasn't easy. I thought to myself, whatever is going on, I need a plan. Right now, the most important thing is food. I decided to go to the town center where all the stores were. To my surprise, all the stores were open. I ran into the supermarket to eat something. I was starving. I was alone in a town full of shops that were open just for me. And the best part was that I did not need any money. I decided to explore the abandoned shops. I started with the most beautiful clothes shop in town. I tried on some sunglasses and high-heel sandals and started walking like a model in the dressing room. I tried on all sorts of dresses and outfits. The fabrics were amazing and the jewelry was impressive as well. I danced for a while, and the next day, while I was shopping at the supermarket, I realized that if everything is open, the bank must be too. I grabbed an iced coffee can and some brownies and went to check the bank. Unfortunately, when I got there, it was closed, but I had an ace up my sleeve. I remembered the back entrance my father talked about. My father worked at a bank, and sometimes he had to start working really early, so he used an old entrance that was at the back of the bank. One time, he had to take me to a doctor's appointment, but he needed to drop off some papers at the bank first. So we left early, and he used the old entrance because the bank was closed. I observed him and memorized the passcode. If I was lucky enough, the passcode would be the same. Well, it turns out Lucky is my middle name. I opened the door and started exploring the bank. At some point, I saw a large round door with some kind of metallic ship wheel and a code next to it. I assumed that would be the vault. No wonder this bank was robbed twice. I mean, if a teenager can get in without setting off the alarm. I approached the vault. Apparently, the video games and movies I've been playing and watching are quite accurate,
when it comes to bank vaults, because after a few tries, I somehow managed to open it. The inside was full of safe deposit boxes. I tried to open each and every one of them, but there was no use. They were all locked. When I was about to get back out, I noticed a small key with the number 58 on it. I picked it up and looked for the safe deposit box number 58. It opened. I looked inside and there was so much money inside. I took a stack of cash and made my way out of the vault. I closed it and went back outside. It was dark. I hadn't noticed how fast time passed. I guess opening the vault took me more time than I had thought. I was tired, so I went back to the mattress store and lied down, but I could not sleep. I stared outside at the calm street. I thought, if this is a dream, it feels more real than I expected. I was starting to get a bit scared. I needed answers. As usual, I woke up and went to the supermarket to eat. Then I decided to go to Tommy's, my crush's house. I mean, if no one was there, it wouldn't hurt to take a sneak peek. Plus, I might get some answers. Who knows? The door was locked, so I had to climb to his window, which, thank God, was open. I jumped inside and instantly started looking for his diary. I thought, if I want to get the dirt, I need the most reliable source. While searching for the diary, I noticed a phone, and it had no PIN code. I'm saved! I yelled frantically. I tried to call my parents, but there was no signal. I checked the phone, and it was supposed to work. The SIM card was inserted, and the phone seemed to be a new model. I sighed and continued the search for the diary. Found it! I was really excited. I wanted to know what Tommy thought of me. Sometimes when I was at the store, we flirted a little. I had actually managed to get his phone number and we've been texting lately. But he never asked me out and I wanted to know why. I started reading the diary and I could not believe my eyes. There was a chance that I might have been the only one who was doing the flirting. In fact, the last page of his diary said, "Should I tell my parents I'm gay? OMG. I've had a crush on this guy since forever and he is gay." I was crushed and felt so stupid for a moment. How could I not see it? I put the diary back in its place and made sure to take the phone with me, just in case the signal came back on for some reason. I went down the stairs and opened the door from the inside. I didn't feel like climbing down the window again. I went back to the supermarket, loaded a cart with a bunch of junk food and a gigantic box of ice cream and headed to the cinema. I had worked there, so I knew how to operate the projector. I sat in the back row so that I could keep my cart close. I grabbed a plastic spoon and dug into my chocolate ice cream to console myself. Now I know who's been robbing my ice cream. I jumped at the sound of a boy's voice. What the hell? I said, I thought I was alone. The boy said, well, that makes two of us. I looked at him in disbelief. He looked at my confused expression and said, I'm Derek, remember? We have algebra and biology together. Of course I remembered him. He was Tommy's best friend. Or now that I think about it, maybe his boyfriend? Derek looked worried. Beatrice, you okay? Yes, I'm okay. I'm just surprised to see anyone, I said. He looked at me and asked, do you know what happened? I shrugged and told him how I woke up at the beach and had to walk back to town, only to find that everyone was gone, and that I've been wandering in the town for days. He told me that he's been wandering the town for days as well, but that he came to this area just yesterday. I looked at him while he was talking, and for the first time, I realized how cute he was. No, he was actually handsome with those blue eyes and black hair. That sure is a winning combination, I thought to myself. Derek looked at me and asked me, so what are we watching? I blushed and told him that this was a romantic movie you watch when you feel down. Derek and I talked through the entire movie. I wanted to watch the movie, but I didn't mind. Derek is actually awesome. We turned out to have a lot in common. Actually, we were so caught up in our conversation that we didn't notice when the movie was over. After a while, we decided to go outside. It was already dark. I told Derek I was sleeping at the mattress store, and if he needed a place to sleep, he should come with me because the store was full of comfy mattresses. Derek was a ray of hope in this nightmare. I didn't want to let him go. He agreed and we went to sleep on 2 mattresses in front of each other. The next day when I woke up, I caught Derek looking at me and smiling. He said, "Good morning, sunshine." I can swear my cheeks caught fire. We got up and had breakfast. I told Derek that there were still a few places I had not explored and that I would love it if he were to join me. He gave me the biggest smile and told me, "Of course, I'll come with you. It's not like I have better things to do anyway." And he winked at me. I was so glad I wasn't alone anymore. We spent the next 2 days talking, eating, and flirting, actually. He was so sweet and handsome, and I was actually falling in love with him. One day, while we were having a picnic in the park, we started hearing a lot of noise and saw a few cars arrive. I jumped up smiling and said, "We are saved!" To my surprise,
Derek looked really anxious and scared. He grabbed my arms and pulled me down and said, "We need to leave. Now." I stared at him confused. "What are you talking about? We've been alone for days, waiting for someone to come back." "Now that they do, you want us to run away?" Derek grabbed my arm and told me, "I don't have time to explain now. Come with me, please." Then, without waiting for an answer, he pulled me up and started tugging my arm to make me follow him. I was starting to get scared. He noticed my expression and I could see
Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like, gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around. People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden controlled this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work. What do you mean? My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you. I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me. What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend. Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me. You could have just walked. What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so... Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay? It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly. That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch. That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him, and we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome. Whoa, you look so pretty. You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy. It's a shame we aren't dating for real. Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there. But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately? I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared. Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today? Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden. Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me. Are you okay? I'm sorry about what happened back there. No, don't be. It wasn't your fault. So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you? Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that. He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other. Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich? That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me. Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you. Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well. I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me. I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend. Jackson, I think the plan is already over.
Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
Hi everyone, I'm Lexi. Like and subscribe to get the gift you've been wishing for. Growing up, my parents were always super supportive of me and gave me everything I ever wanted. Even though they were self-made millionaires, they still made sure I understood the importance of hard work. But I was kinda bad with money. I had a spending problem, not on myself, only on my friends. I loved to treat my friends with nice things, like picking up the tab at restaurants, and they'd always act so grateful. Little did I know, their niceness was all because of my money. But it all came crashing down one day, and that's when I saw their true faces. When I was 13, my friends asked me to keep watch outside the library, and 10 minutes later, there were loud noises. All of them ran, and I was caught with a bag that had a bunch of firecrackers in it. But I didn't do anything, I swear. Believe me.
She got tricked again?
She's so dumb. I'm standing right here. Miss Cole, please. But none of it worked, and I was sent to detention for an entire week. At first, I was keeping to myself in detention because the kids were all mean. But one day, I was doing my homework when I heard a voice. It was the kid who usually sat there.
You have to do it this way. Here.
Oh, thank you. You look familiar. Do we know each other?
Wow, we're in all the same classes. I'm Zach.
Never mind. Sorry, I've been so busy with my friends that I haven't had the chance to meet anyone new.
It's fine. Heard they threw you under the bus again. Listen, you've always seemed like a nice girl, despite how naive you are. And Lexi, your money's the only thing your friends care about. Don't be fooled by them again, just because they act all nice to your face.
They're barely even nice to my face anymore, to be honest. If they were, I wouldn't be here in detention. That evening, I thought about what Zach had said, and I had to admit, he was right. During that week of detention, Zach and I became friends. That was almost 3 years ago, and our friendship has only grown stronger since. A couple of months before high school, Zach had a major glow up, and all of a sudden, everyone wanted to be my friend for a whole new reason. But for me, he was just Zach, my best friend. I realized the reason I liked Zach so much was because I felt so comfortable around him, and he was so kind to me. Unlike my old friends, he didn't care about money and always split the bill
when we went out. He also never let me buy him expensive gifts. He didn't see me as the rich Lexi, but as Lexi, a bro of his. What a weirdo. Zach was such an amazing friend, but little did I know that one day he would be the one to turn my world upside down. Once, when I got the highest grades in 10th grade, Zach threw me a surprise party with my parents. It was totally awesome. So many huge celebrities were invited, including Iris. I loved her. The party was a blast, and I had an amazing time. Can this day get any better? Turns out, no, it couldn't. But it could get weirder. I was in for the biggest plot twist of my life, like the twist at the end of the movie The Sixth Sense. As I was walking up to my room after seeing off my friends, I heard my parents arguing, which was really weird because they hardly ever fought.
No, we can't tell her. What if she leaves? She's my baby. But she has a right to know. We should have given her the letter when she was younger, but we kept putting it off. We can't keep her in the dark forever. It's time. She should know about her real family.
Mom? Dad? What are you talking about?
Honey, we can explain. Before they could stop me, I snatched the letter off the table, and then my entire world crumbled. Is this real? I'm not your daughter? Of course you're our daughter. You'll always be our baby girl. But it is true that we are not your biological parents.
How could you keep this from me?
Lexi, we're sorry. This is not how you were supposed to find out. We wanted to tell you sooner, but your mom, birth mom, left that note when she left you and your brother at the orphanage.
Brother? I have a freaking brother? What else haven't you told me?
Sweetie, please, calm down. You look pale.
I think I need to lie down. That was a lot of information for me to take in. 16 years of me living here, and I find out now that I was adopted and have a twin brother who was adopted by another family? I was furious at my parents and refused to talk to them for weeks. When Zach tried to force me to talk to them, I told him everything. How could they do this?
You're angry right now, but you have to remember, your parents never let you feel like you weren't their own. The love they have for you, it's real, no matter what it says on a piece of paper. When you calm down, you'll realize how lucky you are. Not everyone is this lucky, Lexi. I know I would give anything to have a family like yours.
That made me feel sad for Zach. His parents had split when he was 10, and it had been just his mom and him ever since. And I realized Zach was right. I forgot how much my parents actually loved and cared for me. I rushed to them and apologized. I was determined to find my brother. From the letter, I knew his first name was Mark. I just needed a last name. So I called the orphanage every day to ask for my brother's last name, but they didn't budge. I even asked my dad to make a big donation. Might as well use all this money for some good, but it didn't work. Looks like money can't buy everything, huh? Zach then had the most brilliant idea. He suggested we both volunteer at the orphanage and snoop around for the details. Oh my god, I love you. And your amazing brain. Sorry. Volunteering gave me a new perspective. All these little kids without parents, I was just like them when I was their age. I hoped they'd be lucky enough to find great parents like I did. Of course, I didn't let that distract me from my mission. After a couple of days, I found my way to the file cabinet and searched, jotting down all the last names of every Mark that had ever stayed there. But trying to contact each of these Marks was more tiring than I thought it would be. Most of them thought I was trying to scam them. It wasn't until Zach pointed out that I realized I could just look for the date of birth for each of these guys, cause duh, we were twins. I know, you don't have to say it. Zach, oh my god, there's 2 of them. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna contact the families right now.
Lexi, wait, take a deep breath. You don't want to just call them and drop the news, hey, I might be your twin. How about you let me do it? I'll look into it, and before you know it, Mark will show up.
I agreed with him, but I couldn't help feeling anxious for days. What if Mark is in another part of the world? What if he has no idea I even exist? Or worse, what if he hates me? I couldn't eat or sleep properly because the entire thing stressed me out. My parents were sweethearts, though. They tried to calm me down and distract me when we suddenly heard the doorbell. I rushed to open it, only to find Zach standing there with a confused look. Did you find Mark?
I'm still looking, but this guy showed up. Are you Lexi? Wow, it's so crazy to finally meet you. You look just like I expected. I'm getting goosebumps. I'm Mark, your twin brother.
What? I couldn't believe my eyes. My twin, my own brother, was standing here in front of me. I cried and hugged him. You know those heartwarming reunion videos on YouTube? Never thought I'd be one of those people. We had the same hair color, the same eye color. We even laughed the same. But he was much taller and had an English accent. Turns out his adopted family had taken him to the UK, and he came all the way from there to look for me. He showed me the adoption certificate.
My parents told me the truth a year ago, and since then, I've been trying to find you. And a couple of weeks ago, I finally got your address and had to come right away. I had to see my sister. Look, I even have the birth certificate and my adoption papers from the orphanage.
Oh, I'm so glad. You have no idea how much I've looked for you.
Mark stayed with us for a couple of weeks, and we did our best to make him feel at home. I showed him around my school, got along with Zach, and best of all, I got to introduce someone as cool as him as my brother. All the girls at school were even drooling over him. It was probably because of the accent. He told me all about his life, the UK, and his projects and fundraisers that he started in order to help as many people as he can. He was like the perfect brother. I was so caught up spending time with Mark that I was losing touch with Zach. Whenever Mark wasn't hanging out with me, he was with Zach. It was like they were long-lost twins, honestly. Zach was always asking Mark questions, and my brother seemed to enjoy talking to him. Are you in love with my brother?
What? No, why?
You keep following him around like a lovesick puppy. What's going on?
It's nothing like that. It's just something doesn't smell right about him.
Is that jealousy I'm detecting? Don't worry, Zach. There's one girl always on your side. Me, your best friend.
No thanks. But seriously though, something's off.
I know, I've kind of been MIA. I've just been trying to make up for lost time with my brother. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, Zach. But Zach continued to follow Mark more than usual, even at home. One day, I caught him snooping around Mark's stuff, and I confronted him, asking why he was so obsessed with him.
Because I don't trust him. I don't want you getting hurt.
Zach, I finally have my brother after years. If you care about me, just let this go, please.
But I'm not lying.
Over the next few days, Zach stopped coming over, and Mark and I spent more time catching up. It was stressful fighting with my best friend, but at least I was having fun with my brother. We went out to fancy restaurants and on expensive shopping trips. Mark offered to pay, but I insisted every time. I was so happy to finally have him in my life that I figured buying him nice things was the least I could do. Well, he was always talking about the fancy cars in our garage, walked in and out of Dad's walk-in closet, and was so excited to see his watch collection. Apparently, he was a huge fan of fancy watches. And weirdly, he knew the price of everything. Like once he saw a painting by a famous artist at home and told me he could guess the exact price. And he did. I did find it a little weird, but I was just focusing on the part that I had my brother back. A couple of days later, as I was relaxing and enjoying my weekend, Zach stormed into the house. Before anyone could process what was happening, Zach punched Mark and the two boys were in a full-blown fight. It took all of Dad's strength to pull Zach off of Mark. What is wrong with you? Have you completely lost it?
Lexi, you're not Lexi's brother, Mark. You're a con artist, and I have proof. Look, he's been doing this to a bunch of rich families. He finds families that have a missing son or brother and pretends to be them, just to scam them and use all their money. Someone from the orphanage tipped him off about you, and he jumped on the chance to scam you. That is nonsense. I am your real brother, Lexi. Believe me, he's just trying to get your money. Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Both of you, shut up! Zach, you're unbelievable! I asked you to let this go!
For the last time, he is not your brother. I am.
Of course you are. You're not just my best friend, Zach, but I also see you as a brother figure. But you're obsessed with Mark. This has to stop. Please.
I meant your real, biological twin brother. That's me, not him. I know it sounds insane, but...
It does sound insane. This has gone too far now. I just can't...
Lexi, you're my best friend. You have to believe me. You know I wouldn't lie about something like this. The day you showed me the names of the adoptive parents, I was shocked because my dad's name was there. Henry Duckstein. That was the name of my adoptive dad. After my parents divorced, I took my mom's last name.
Yes, last name. The paper said my brother's name was Mark.
Exactly. This man is an imposter.
Shut up!
My adoptive parents named me Zach. I confirmed with Mom too. That's when things started to shape up, but I didn't want to get my hopes up until I had proof.
And did you find proof?
Got a DNA test done. It's a match. Lexi, you're my twin sister. The moment I got this report, I came here right away.
I felt like my mind was racing. It was a lot to take in. Why? How could you? I trusted you.
Come on.
Before the jerk could spew more lies, I gave him a tight slap that definitely rang his ear. He looked like he was about to run away, but then Zach and my dad tackled him. Moments later, police were at the door. Zach had reported this imposter Mark before coming over. He was arrested, and I was left too shocked to understand what the heck just happened. It took me a couple of days. Okay, I'm lying. It took me a couple of weeks to come to terms with the reality, and once my head was clear, I went straight to Zach's, my brother's place, and the moment he opened the door, I hugged him tight. I can't believe I was so blind. I'm sorry for not listening to you. I love you, Zach. You're the best brother, best friend, best everything a girl could ever ask for.
It's all good, Lexi. I'm always here for you, no matter what. I mean it.
Brother and sister share a strong bond. When they're together, they can win any battle.
Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch.
Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her.
Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on.
Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled,
But we have to learn to accept her. Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills.
girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy.
Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door. No, get away. Leave me alone. Help. I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything.
Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. $40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead. We came because our parents have leukemia. Oh my god. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things.
Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes.
Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house. So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college.
Only the best for my daughter.
A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother.
So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date.
Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then.
He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guy started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself.
Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave.
Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face?
He said he got hurt during football practice.
Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed, and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood.
You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision.
What? You're going to California? That's across the country.
I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Leslie, please.
You're all I have. You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time.
Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason.
You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why Dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it, for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was going to be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again.
You, changed a lot.
And it's not even all I got.
Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was like, attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad, I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes, too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room.
You should consider taking a shower, you know.
It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved.
So, I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing.
Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house.
He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now.
I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. "Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower." I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. "You can come out now." From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. "Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together." I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only two of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here is a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis.
But we need to know if you still got it.
When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world.
I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it.
There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin.
Fixed by occluded revelation.
But freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school.
Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great.
I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. "We'll think about it." "Mom!" Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra.
All right, here's a weird one for you. I
I accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5. Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like two furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now!
I froze mid-move, 1 foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle. Excuse me? Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah, I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, 6th on the list.
Well, they better move to first, or else.
Fine, but I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way, way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the 2nd time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom, Dad, I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes! Thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor, hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was gonna make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car.
Did you have fun at class?
so much fun.
Good, 'cause it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer.
What?
Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong.
Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie? When we got home, I locked myself in my room, crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed, I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep, I've decided to take school seriously. You're right, it's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years.
Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not gonna be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait, suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone, take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class. Today, I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot, I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow, it felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, kicking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered. She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant.
When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling.
We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? Competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what. It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope. I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but...
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie. I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy.
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted.
Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen.
Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later.
So, how is Becca doing?
Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream.
I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us?
Oh, I'm a little sick. so I don't want to get you ill.
No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking.
As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt.
Becca, I thought you sounded familiar.
Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally.
Miss Rosen, ha! Lady, this is my dog.
As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window.
Becca, come back here.
I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him. As our lips touched,
Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right.
Loved you ever since I met you.
What? What did you just say?
You heard me just fine. I've tried telling you before too, but you just never took the hint. It's okay if you don't like me that way. I'm sure there are better guys out there for you, but you do need to start being a better friend again.
He got up and walked inside, leaving me in tears. He was the best guy. How could I have been so blind? The next day, our school was competing in a big baseball game, but I had something more important to do. Lisa was having some of her amazing photographs displayed in a small gallery, and I had to be there. As I was admiring a photo, I heard her behind me.
Wow, didn't expect to see you here. You're so good at missing things. Also, isn't there a big game today? What's the team gonna do without their star cheerleader?
I don't care. I'm just sorry for being a terrible friend, Lisa. You were right about everything. Those people are awful. and I was so stupid for not seeing that. I'm sorry for hurting you. Please forgive me. And let me join the cool kids club again? Lisa slowly grinned and then hugged me so hard I nearly fell down. And when I told her all about the party, she was angrier than I was. Oh my God, that witch is so gonna pay for it. The next day during the last lesson, the teacher walked in and said the principal was calling me, Lisa, and Claire into her office. Claire looked shocked as the three of us made our way. And sitting there already was Grandma and Dave. What's going on here? You said my grandma would go bonkers, Claire. And she really did when she found out about your plan to kidnap me. What are you talking about? What plan? Didn't you say you texted the whole plan to Dave? And with that, Lisa whipped out Dave's phone that she'd stolen from his locker earlier. And luckily, the moron hadn't deleted the text. The principal was horrified, and they were both immediately expelled. As Lisa and I jumped around and hugged, I said, "Just got one more thing to take care of now." I ran down the corridor to see Chris walking out of the school building, and I caught up to him. As he turned around, I put my arm around him and gave him a kiss.
Whoa, what was that?
I was just curious. Listen, can I ask you out for dinner this weekend? Without Lisa, of course?
I think I'd really like that, Dora.
And we kissed again. Hey everyone, I'm Bella, and I get crazy when I'm angry. How crazy exactly? Well, you have to stick around to find out. And please, like and subscribe to MSA. My parents were stinkin' rich. We lived in a huge mansion, had tons of servants, and every spring break we'd go on the most luxurious vacations. I was one of the most popular girls in school, and my life was literally perfect. But as I grew older, things started to change. Dad got busier at work and hardly came home. Mom suddenly had tons of committees and parties to manage, and the three of us didn't spend much time together. But I was busy with my school and social life too, and at least we'd still have the annual family vacation on my birthday. I was really looking forward to my 16th in Tokyo. But then, my parents ruined it by dropping a nuclear bomb on me.
Bella, your mom and I have decided to separate.
Separate what? Honey, we're getting a divorce. What? Why on earth would you do that? Because I haven't been happy in a while, and neither has your dad. What do you mean you're not happy? You literally own every piece Prada makes before it even hits the runway. And Daddy, what about all your yachts and sports cars? We have great lives. We're happy people.
We're not happy with each other, and we don't want to continue like this forever. It's better if we part ways now.
No way! I won't let you. That's not up to you, sweetie. This is what your dad and I want. I don't care what you want, okay? I want things to stay just as they are. Don't you see how badly this will affect me? How can you be so selfish? I threw my dinner plate to the ground and ran to my room. I heard Dad call after me, but I just slammed my door shut. I thought my reaction was enough to talk my parents out of their separation. But the next week, Dad moved out and they filed for divorce. The next few months were the most difficult of my life. Thank God for my best friend Eloise, who was always there to console me and keep me sane. I kept thinking about how I could get my parents together. But then one day, Mom had told me that Dad had already met someone else. He wanted to introduce us to her over dinner at his place. I hated the idea, but Mom had already agreed, so I didn't really have a choice. That night, when we reached Dad's new place, my heart dropped when I noticed an elegant woman at the door next to him with a girl my age. Hi, you must be Bella. Your dad has told me so much about you. It's funny how he's never even mentioned you. Not once, not ever. I mean, he did mention this morning that he had a girlfriend, which I thought was weird since he already has a wife. But other than that, nothing.
Bella has a weird sense of humor. You'll get used to it.
Don't get used to anything. I don't see you being a part of Dad's future too long.
That's enough, Bella.
It's okay, Dad. It's a lot to get used to. I'm Keisha, by the way, and I've really been looking forward to meeting you. Come, I'll show you the house. Did this girl just call my dad Dad? Before I could even speak, Keisha pulled me in. She showed me around, and I noticed how all the trophies in the house belonged to her. Even at the dinner table, Dad couldn't stop talking about how talented Keisha was, and it made me furious.
Keisha is not just great at studies, but she's an amazing piano player. Oh, and you should hear her sing. It's like a a symphony to the ears.
Oh, Dad. You sound really needy calling him Dad. And literally everyone these days is a singer. What's so special about that? I'm a great gymnast and can do the perfect cartwheel. And with that, I jumped from the chair and did a cartwheel. But I lost my balance and ended up crashing into the dining table. My parents rushed to my rescue, and I was embarrassed. But then I noticed Keisha giggling in a corner, and it made my blood boil. I wanted to give her a piece of my mind, but I'd hurt my hand, so Mom excused herself and we left for home. And the next day, things took a turn for the worse when I walked into my school and saw Keisha in the parking lot. Are you stalking me? No. Dad just got me enrolled in your school. By the way, how's your arm? You crashed pretty bad last night. I was also a gymnast in my previous school, so if you're really interested in perfecting a cartwheel, I can help you. I don't need your help. Also, he's not your dad, and you can fool everyone with your sweet smile, but I won't fall for your tricks. You're evil, and soon everyone will know that. I walked off before she could even reply, and I was so annoyed because everyone seemed to be instantly in love with her. Girls couldn't get enough of her style, and boys were tripping over each other to talk to her. She's so fake. Look at her with her fake smile and fake bag and fake attitude. I just want to knock her teeth in. I understand why it's bothering you having her around, but I think you're giving her way more attention than she deserves. You're far prettier and smarter than her. Eloise was my BFF, and she was right. I didn't want to waste my energy on Keisha, so I decided to take the high road and move on. But then, I was passing through the girls' locker room when I saw Keisha giggling with some girls. It would be easier for everyone if she could at least play nice. I mean, it's not my fault if her mom and dad didn't want to live together, right? Totally. She's being a weirdo, but you're so sweet. And girl, I need your hairdresser's number. Keisha laughed again, and that's when I decided that I was gonna show Keisha her place. The next morning, as we all sat down for the biology class, I flashed Keisha the brightest smile. She looked a bit confused until she opened her bag and found a bunch of dead cockroaches inside. Keisha jumped up in horror before banging into the guy next to her. Both of them fell on a shelf, and all the beakers came tumbling down, and I couldn't stop giggling. Another time after gym class, I swapped Keisha's shampoo with blue dye, and she got out looking like a smurf. Everyone rushed to her in concern, while I stood in a corner laughing my butt off. Suddenly, Eloise pulled me to the side. You did this, didn't you? Of course. Keisha looked like someone pulled her out of a flask. Genius move, right? No, it's called bullying. I get that you're annoyed with your dad, but Keisha doesn't deserve this. Stop being a jerk. I'm not being a jerk. I'm just showing Keisha that she can't mess with me. I just want her and her dumb mom to leave our lives so my parents and I can be a family again. That's not gonna happen, Bella. Just face the truth. Their marriage is over. Oh, shut up. My parents aren't a lost cause like your parents. Instead of telling me to face the truth, when are you planning to tell your mom that you caught your dad cheating on her months ago? The minute those words Eloise had told me in confidence left my lips, I felt regret, and even more so when I noticed a bunch of girls behind us had overheard the conversation. Eloise looked shocked, her eyes tearing up. Listen, Don't even bother, you witch! Eloise just walked away before I could apologize. I was feeling really bummed out that evening, so I thought I'd try to catch Dad at his office and spend some time with him. But as I was about to enter his room, I saw stupid Hillary inside, pacing back and forth and talking to someone in a low, urgent tone. As I tried leaning in closer to make out what she was hearing, I suddenly lost my balance and fell right in. Hillary turned around in shock and cut the call immediately. Hey, sweetie, are you okay? Let me help you up. Ew, no, don't touch me. Where's my dad? I'm here to see him, alone. He's in a meeting. He should be done soon. I was just leaving. As she reached for her handbag on the table, she accidentally knocked it over, and thick wads of cash fell out. She looked panicked as she shoved them back in and quickly left. What was going on with her? Later, as I hung out with Dad, I couldn't help voicing my suspicions. Does Hillary know the combination to your safe, Dad? Does she have access to your accounts?
Why are you asking me these strange questions?
Don't you feel worried that she might be with you for money? I mean, I tried Googling her and I couldn't find anything about her or what she does. What if she's a con artist of some kind?
She isn't, and she loves me, and I love her. She makes me really happy, Bella.
The words cut through my heart like a knife. I wasn't exactly in the best headspace when I walked into class the next day and found Eloise sitting next to Keisha. It physically hurt. I walked up to them and slammed my books on the table. So what? Now you're just gonna try to make me jealous by hanging out with this moron? I thought you hated her. No, Bella, you hate her. The only person I hate right now is you. I'm sure you don't mean that. Bella, why don't you join us at recess, and I'm sure you guys can sort things out. Stop acting like you're some freaking angel. You're so fake. Just forget it, Keisha. Talking sense into Bella is like asking a donkey to solve a complicated math equation. Was that an attempt at humor? Because it pretty much sucked. Still sucks less than your stupid face. I'll show you, stupid. I pushed Eloise and she landed on her butt as Keisha rushed to help her. Just then, the teacher walked in and everyone around her told her that I'd pushed Eloise and I landed in detention. It wasn't even the first time because after that, I was often being rude to my classmates and teachers, and then I also failed a few tests. Mom and Dad tried to get me into therapy to help me cope with our family situation, but after several failed sessions, they gave up. If they thought I was just gonna forgive them and move on, they had it all wrong. And at school, the more I saw Eloise and Keisha hanging out together, the more determined I felt to get even with Keisha. And I found an opportunity when Dad invited me for Keisha's 17th birthday party, to which half the school was invited. Now all I needed was to find a way to humiliate Keisha, and I'd finally have my revenge. I was trying to figure out what to do when suddenly I noticed Hillary sneaking through the back door holding a thick envelope. I followed her outside, only to find her talking to a big guy wearing a hoodie. And suddenly, I noticed the gun he was holding. I quickly whipped out my phone as I inched closer to listen, my heart pounding.
I told you not to come home. You weren't answering your phone. I had to make sure you guys were okay.
We're fine. You're here for the money, right? There.
Thanks. And just so you know, you can't hide the truth forever, Laura.
I don't have a choice. No one can find out my real identity. So do me a favor, take this money and just zip your mouth. The guy nodded and left. Just as she turned around, Hillary saw me and nearly screamed in shock. I knew it. I knew there was something shady about you and your daughter. What else are you hiding besides your real name?
Bella, it's not what it looks like.
Of course it's not. You know what? Maybe you'll confess in front of the whole crowd. I've recorded everything, and now my dad will know what big imposters you and Keisha are. Hillary tried to stop me, but I ran inside and went straight to the huge TV screen placed in the middle of the room. I stopped the music and plugged in my phone. Everyone fell silent as the video played, and Keisha looked like she'd seen a ghost. Just then Dad jumped in, unplugged my phone, and threw it on the floor. Dad, why'd you do that?
Because I had enough of your nonsense, Bella.
My nonsense? These two lied to you. Her name's not Hillary, it's Laura, and she's paying someone your hard-earned money to keep some big secret. Aren't you even curious?
No, because I know the truth, and the money you're talking about is Hillary's, not mine.
And that's when Dad told me the whole truth. Apparently, Laura, or Hillary, was married to some mafia guy, and Keisha was their daughter.
I didn't want to bring up my child with a criminal, so one day when Keisha was 4, I stole money from my ex-husband's vault, grabbed Keisha, and just ran away. I changed my name, made a few investments, and things started picking up, but I was always afraid of being found out by Keisha's dad. And lately, I've been feeling more paranoid. The man you saw is an ex-FBI agent I hired to protect me and Keisha.
But you told me my dad was a surgeon, that he died before I was born.
Baby, I said that to protect you.
By lying to me all these years? And this is how I find out thanks to you, Bella. You ruined my party and you ruined my family. This must be the best day of your life.
Keisha, I'm so sorry. I didn't know.
You know what? I tried to be nice because I could see you were having a hard time dealing with your parents' divorce. But now I know that you're just a vengeful, horrible person, and I can't stand your face.
I felt so ashamed as Keisha cried and then ran to her room. I wanted to apologize, but Dad called the driver and sent me home. I couldn't sleep a whole night, and I kept thinking about how horribly selfish I'd been. I was so blinded by my hatred for Keisha that I crossed all lines. I just wanted to apologize and make up for my behavior. But the next morning, Mom told me that Keisha and Hillary were leaving for London. For good. I couldn't let that happen. So I rushed to Keisha's place and ran up to her room as she was zipping up her last suitcase. What are you doing here? I don't want you to leave. Listen, Keisha, I was stupid and jealous, and I thought you were stealing everything from me. My dad, my best friend, my life. You were right. I've just had a lot of trouble accepting my parents' divorce. But I know Hillary makes my dad really happy, in a way that I haven't seen him happy around Mom in years. You know, all my life, I felt really alone because Mom was always moving from place to place, and I never had siblings or friends. I really did get excited thinking I'd finally settle down and have a family. I wasn't trying to steal anything from you. I'm sorry. I don't know what else to say, except that I want to make this work because this is the version of family I have now. It includes you and your mom, and I don't want to keep fighting this.
You really mean it?
I do. And then we hugged, and it felt nice.
Great. now that we have that sorted, I have to go and apologize to someone else too.
You mean me?
I turned around and saw Eloise walk in. Eloise, I was such a horrible friend. You tried to show me the right way, but I ended up hurting you. Please forgive me. I swear I'll be a better person.
I know, you doofus. Now stop crying. You look hideous.
I know. Let me tell my mom we're not going to London, and then we can grab some coffee. Feels like a good place to start.
Hi, I'm Adley from Boston. Please like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the next coming 7 days. My mom got pregnant many years ago after she married my dad, and they were both overjoyed to have a daughter. After my birth, they were waiting anxiously for me when the nurse walked in, looking nervous. I'm not sure if you want to see her.
Oh my God. Is she ugly? I'm going to have a heart attack if she's ugly.
I think she's a dwarf. Mom leapt forward and took me from the nurse, and Dad stared at me in horror. I was really tiny and ugly, like a frog.
I'll have you fired, you moron. I don't care what my daughter looks like. She's mine, and she's beautiful. So what if she's a bit small?
But as years went by and my progress was monitored by doctors, I was diagnosed with slower growth than most people, which meant I'd always look younger than I actually am. Mom didn't care, as long as I was healthy, but Dad couldn't handle it.
How is it even possible? Everyone in my family is practically a basketball player. Be honest with me, woman. Is she even mine?
Mom started screaming and throwing things at him, and he went running out of the door, and that's the last I ever saw of him. Once, when I was 6, Mom took me to a birthday party at her boss's house. I was really excited to meet other kids, but the minute they saw me, they all started staring and then laughing.
OMG, just look at it. It's so tiny.
With that, the birthday girl Brenda took my hairband off.
Hey, give it back, you jerk. Catch it if you can, shorty. Come on, jump a little higher.
Suddenly, I lost it. I climbed onto a chair and pounced on her, and we went crashing into the pile of birthday presents, which landed straight in the pool. As Brenda screamed, Mom's boss came running and went ballistic.
Who is this out-of-control toddler? Where did she come from?
That's my daughter, Adley.
But you said your daughter was 6 years old. I don't know who this child is. I'm calling the police.
Her boss just picked me up and started carrying me away. Oh my God, she's mine. But her crazy boss wouldn't let us go till the cops arrived. Of course, Mom was able to prove I was her kid, but she was so furious. She flung a piece of cake at her boss's face.
I'm not working for you, psycho. I quit.
Even though Mom was struggling to find a new job, she soon enrolled me in the best school around. On the first day, I was about to go inside the building when a giant limo almost bumped into me. Hey, are you blind? You could have hurt me. A girl got down from the car, and it was that awful Brenda.
Ow! Shut up! You're hurting my ears! It's not our fault you're as tiny as an ant. Who can even see you?
She spat on my shoes and walked off. And when I went to my classroom, I discovered she was in my class. Ugh! And all the kids were flocking around her like she was the queen of the school. Over the years, Brenda never failed to mock me. But it wasn't just her. It felt as if I walked into school every day wearing some ridiculous costume because someone was sure to point and laugh.
Where's your lower half, shorty, buried in the ground?
Which dwarf are you, sleepy, mopey, or grumpy?
I was so sick of it all. So, in the 7th grade, I decided to do something about it. I Googled how to increase your height, and there were so many tips. One of them was hanging. I didn't have a pull-up bar, so I decided to stretch from a tree branch. But just as I stepped on it, it snapped under my weight, and I fell to the ground, hurting my leg. Oh, Adley, what are you doing?
I just want to grow tall, Mom. Everyone else just keeps getting taller. What's wrong with me?
Honey, there's nothing wrong with you. So what if you're not as tall as everyone else? It doesn't make you less smart or kind or beautiful. I waited so long to have you, Adley, and I wouldn't change a thing. You're perfect. Mom's words really stuck with me. It was okay to not be like everyone else. A few days later, when I was heading out for home, I suddenly saw the school bus leaving without me. I ran and waved and shouted, but it just went faster. The driver probably couldn't even see me. Just then, I tripped over something and fell face first into a muddy puddle. As I got up, I saw some kids on the side staring at me, and I snapped. What? What are you looking at? Didn't your parents ever tell you it's rude to stare? Is it so weird that I'm short, or do I have something on my face? To make things even worse, Brenda walked out just then, and she started cackling when she saw me. Ew, are you covered in poop, Adley? Because something sure stinks. I think it's your mouth, you awful witch. I attacked her, and she screamed. She managed to push me off and jumped onto a bench, but I bit her leg really hard. We were both sent to the principal's office, and our moms were called in. They were not happy to see each other. But worse, the principal said I would be expelled. What? You're going to expel my daughter? Well, ma'am, biting other students is unacceptable. And bullying is acceptable? Because my daughter's been getting bullied under your nose every day, and you've done nothing. I know why you're punishing Adley. It's because that woman is much richer than I am, isn't it? You wait and see. I'm going to sue you. Mom wasn't kidding. She did sue the school for not protecting kids from bullying, and the school board actually settled. They fired the principal, suspended Brenda for a month, and we got $100,000 as compensation. I had the best month of my life in school without Brenda. And then Mom and I took a fantastic trip to Europe over summer break. A few days before school was about to start, I came home from the library one evening and found a boy sleeping on my bed. Thief! There's a thief in my room! The boy suddenly jumped up, and I saw he was very tall and really cute. Just then, Mom came running and told me he was her friend's son, Andrew, from France. He'd be staying with us for a few months because he was here as an exchange student in my school. But why is he sleeping in my bed?
I guess I got the wrong room. Take a chill pill, tiny loser.
I hated him already. And for good reason. Andrew was so annoying. He left his giant shoes everywhere that I kept tripping over. He put all my snacks in the highest kitchen cupboard. And the worst, he hogged the TV remote all evening. One day, Mom had gone out, and it was just the two of us at home. We decided to order food, and he took over everything.
Yes, hello, McDonald's. I'd like one cheeseburger, extra large fries, and a Coke. And for my little friend, one Happy Meal. It comes with a toy, right?
I stared at him furiously as he just hung up. And then he switched on the sports channel. Hey, no, we're not watching football again. It's my turn. I want to watch my show.
Oh, that's not happening, dwarf girl.
I wasn't having it this time. I ran to the TV screen and hugged it, blocking his view. He kept yelling at me, and then suddenly leapt off the sofa and just picked me up. I kicked and screamed, but he just dropped me in my room and locked me in. Oh my God. How was I gonna stand him at home and at school? On the first day of 8th grade, I walked in with newfound confidence in my European wardrobe. Of course, Brenda gave me death glares all morning, but the rest gave me plenty of compliments. As I sat down in the cafeteria later, some kid who looked like a 5th grader joined me at my table and put a red rose next to me. What are you doing?
Oh, it's my first day here, and I'm already in love with you. You're so beautiful. I'm a little older than you, but that doesn't bother you, right? I'm marrying you as soon as I graduate high school.
What? This idiot thought I was younger than him? Just then, I spotted Brenda and her minions howling with laughter. OMG, this is epic. You guys look so cute together. You'll surely be the hottest new couple in school. But suddenly, Andrew pushed the kid aside and sat really close to me, kissing me on the cheek.
Hey, babe, I was looking everywhere for you. Oh, you got some mustard on your nose.
What are you doing?
Helping you just play along.
And well, I had to admit, the boy was a genius. I turned to look at Brenda, and her jaw was practically on the floor. What the? I mean,
How do you two know each other? Oh, we met in Paris during summer break.
She had me at hello. Who wouldn't love this cute little cream puff?
Brenda stormed off angrily, and I immediately pushed Andrew away. Barf! But we decided to stick to this plan for a while, and my popularity was rising fast. I was the girlfriend of the hottest new jock in school. Suddenly, I was invited to all the cool parties. I had front row seats at all of Andrew's games. And when his team won the final football match, he picked me up and ran all over the stadium with me on his shoulders. Gosh, he was such a nut. But I was actually having a really good time with him. Sometimes I even felt butterflies. On Valentine's Day, Andrew put a heart-shaped chocolate box next to me on the table at breakfast. No one can see us here, so what's with the chocolates?
They're just chocolates. Eat them, or whatever.
They're heart-shaped chocolates on Valentine's Day. Is that supposed to mean anything?
Do you want it to mean something?
No, of course not. Yuck.
Yeah, exactly. Forget it. I'll give them to someone else.
He picked up my box and stormed off. What a jerk. And why did I have these weird feelings for Andrew? He was so annoying. The next day when I went to school, Brenda was standing by my locker with a huge grin. I just knew it was too good to be true. What are you talking about? You and Andrew. I just didn't get it. This makes more sense. And with that, Brenda turned her phone to me and showed me a picture of a blonde girl with her arms around Andrew. And I felt a pang of jealousy. I just turned and started walking away. Aw, is your itty-bitty heart broken? He was obviously playing around with you. Everyone could see it. Why would someone like him want to be with a dwarf like you? You look like his kid. Maybe I'll ask him out. I'm prettier than this blonde girl. Do you really think calling me a dwarf hurts me now, Brenda? I've been hearing that stuff since the day I met you. I may not have grown much in inches since then, but I've certainly outgrown you. You don't bother me anymore, and I like myself just as I am. Go ahead, ask Andrew out, but trust me, he's gonna turn you down because he knows what a small, petty, mean mommy's princess looks like. Suddenly, Brenda snarled and attacked me. As I was trying to push her off, I was pulled away by Andrew, and standing next to Brenda was the new principal. You were given a strict warning last time, and I saw you attack this girl for no reason with my very own eyes. You're expelled, Brenda. And with that, he angrily marched her away. That witch had it coming.
Adley, are you okay? What are you two fighting about?
Oh, just get lost. Go back to your dumb girlfriend.
What dumb girlfriend? I don't have one, but I'm trying to get one.
Yeah, go on then. Who's stopping you?
You idiot. I want you to be my girlfriend. I like you.
I stared at him in shock and then smiled. Oh, yeah, well, who wouldn't want a cute little cream puff like me? Andrew grinned, and I stepped onto a stool and pulled him in for a kiss.
I bet some of you think that your parents are annoying or embarrassing, but mine are downright evil. It took me a long time to realize that my life wasn't normal, and it all started when I was little. My parents had very high expectations of me. We're talking about crazy stuff. You seriously won't believe what they did to me. See, my parents were both incredibly successful, and they expected me to be the same, and they certainly didn't know anything about how to deal with children or how to raise them correctly. Because of this, I never learned how to interact with other small children. Instead of giving me cake and ice cream, my parents convinced me that vegetables were a reward. I didn't get candy either, just vitamins. When I was 3, my parents had already started dressing me in fancy pantsuits. I never got them dirty or anything either. My parents encouraged me to develop my professional skills at a very young age. I only read textbooks or watched the news. The weirdest thing was that at the end of every week, I needed to make a report about what I had learned and how I could improve. Sometimes these reports were 10-page essays. Other times, they were full presentations. My parents told me I was going to grow up to be the best businesswoman of all time. They had my entire life planned out and had decided to train me towards it as young as possible. I didn't realize what was fun until I was about 4. I always felt jealous when I watched the neighbor kids playing with each other. Even though I'd never had a friend before, I felt so lonely. I decided to make a report about how a companion would increase my productivity. I got all dressed up in my little pantsuit and did a 45-minute presentation in the middle of our living room. They were impressed, and I really thought I'd won. My parents agreed to get me a companion, but it wasn't exactly what I expected. That's when my parents decided to hire a new nanny. At first, I was disappointed. I thought another adult just meant more fun evenings reading news articles and organizing files. Well, I'm happy to say I was wrong. My nanny was the only thing I had in my life growing up. She was my everything and nothing at all like my parents. I was shocked when I first met her. I had only ever worn gray, white, or black for as long as I could remember. My nanny walked in on her first day wearing a bright, flowy dress. She danced and sang songs, and even taught me different ways to do my hair. She was actually the one who convinced my parents that letting me choose my own clothes could be good for fostering creativity. My parents didn't always agree with her, though. Thinking back, there were lots of times when she did things with me in private that my parents wouldn't have tolerated. She snuck me fun snacks and let me watch cartoons when my parents were away. I always thought of our activities as our little secret, as I didn't think my parents would react well if they found out what we were up to. Let's just say I wish I'd kept my mouth shut. It started with my 6th birthday party. That is, if you could even call it a party. No friends and no treats meant that my birthday celebration was pretty dull. My parents made a big salad with the 6 spelled out in tomatoes. Instead of fun hats, we all wore very fancy suits. Even my nanny was told she had to dress appropriately. We didn't play any fun games or sing any songs. We just took turns reading about famous publications that happened on my birthday. It was so boring. To be honest, it was even more boring than a regular day. And when it came to my present, it was a calculator. I started crying about how a doll was the only thing I'd ever asked for. My parents were incredibly annoyed by my tantrum. They sent me right up to my room for being a brat. I lay there sobbing into my pillow for about an hour when my nanny popped in. She handed me another rectangular box and told me to keep it a secret. I opened the box slowly, skeptically, and expecting another disappointment. Inside that box, though, was a Barbie. I was so excited and hugged her very tightly. She put her finger up to her lips and shushed me. She told me to stay quiet and to be sure to hide it. My parents left me in my room for the rest of the day. It was supposed to be a punishment, but being in my room playing with my doll all day, it was honestly the most fun birthday I'd ever had. One day, I guess I was having a little too much fun because I didn't even hear the footsteps approaching my room. Without even knocking, my mom burst in and asked what was so exciting about my being in my room. I quickly hid the Barbie behind my back, but it was too late. She ran over and ripped it from my hands. She accused me of stealing the doll and said I was in for a huge punishment. I cried so hard and explained that I didn't steal it at all. It was just a gift from my nanny, the gift I'd asked for. I really should have kept my mouth shut. She called my nanny in and fired her on the spot. She said that from now on, she would take me to her office with her so she could watch me study. She pulled off the doll's head before throwing the pieces in the trash. I was devastated. I don't think I laughed or smiled again for another year. That's when I started school. I know a lot of you think that school is boring and serious, but my upbringing made it feel like Disneyland. I got to play games and learn about the cool things that people my age enjoyed. The other kids thought I was weird. I was overly polite and never got dirty or played outside. One time, a classmate pointed at me and laughed because I ate my pizza with a knife and fork. When I was maybe 10, I started watching all the TV shows my classmates did. I waited until my parents were out or asleep, snuck to the TV, and flipped on cartoons and dramas. I was only allowed to watch the news when my parents were around. My mom caught me once and screamed so loudly. She took away my phone and my TV privileges and grounded me for a whole month. That wasn't the worst of it, though. One day when I was crying in my room over how unfair it all was, she decided to take away my bedroom door. "Privacy must be earned," she said. I never got that door back. I wouldn't say I completely obeyed my parents from then on, but I got better at hiding stuff. I would go on regular study sessions with friends where we would just stay up and play video games. I had bigger secrets than my little private Pokemon sessions, though. The biggest secret of my entire life was Jackson. He was the love of my life. His parents owned a taco stand by the private school I went to. He was nice and attractive, but poor. Money didn't matter to me, though. He took me to the movies and snuck me into parties. Best of all, he introduced me to painting. He would spend hours in the studio with me while my parents thought I was earning credits to diversify my application. He was my greatest supporter, and I truly loved him. We dated for about 7 months before my mom caught us kissing at school. We were normally very careful, but I didn't expect my mom to actually show up on time. She dragged me into the car and didn't even acknowledge him. I was crying so hard, but my mom let me know that it was over. You can date who we tell you to date, she explained bluntly. She took away my laptop and my cell phone as punishment. She said that from now on, she would be monitoring me much more closely. I told her that she couldn't stop me from dating somebody I loved. I was almost an adult. She said that was true, but good luck trying to date with all of these restrictions. She drove me to and from school and made it almost impossible for me to spend time with anyone she didn't know. The few times I did try to kiss Jackson goodbye, she just glared at him from the car window or made rude comments about how he didn't deserve me. It would ruin the moment. Eventually, he stopped showing up at my school altogether because he was so uncomfortable. The only time we were together was at the painting studio, which my mom still thought was for school credits. But even that was ruined when my mom decided to become a member and accompanied me to the studio. We tried to keep our romance blooming, but without my laptop or cell phone, it naturally faded away. Jackson said he didn't want to date someone whose mom hated him so much. I ran to my friend's house and wept for hours that day. My mom was so smug about the whole thing and said that Jackson just wasn't right for me. My mom tried to set me up with a boy. I figured my mom wasn't that mean after all and that she'd seen how sad the breakup made me. She walked me into this very fancy restaurant. We met at a table with one of her colleagues and his gross son. Carl was a complete jerk. I was disgusted by him, but my mom and Carl's dad kept pushing me to talk to him. I tried to be polite, but he was so weird. He talked with his mouth full and was super mean. Everyone at the table was laughing about how he threw a soda on a homeless man and bought the last ice cream at a cafe and made a little girl cry. They just thought he was hilarious. All I saw was a nasty jerk I never wanted to see again. When we got to the car, I told my mom I wasn't interested in him at all. She told me my options were to date her friend's son or date no one at all. My mom told me that while I lived under her roof and used her money, she owned me and all of my decisions. So I stayed single. While all of my friends were off at dances and dating, I was stuck at home studying. I thought that was the worst of it, but I was wrong. It all started again when the topic of college came up. My parents were incredibly excited. I applied to 10 schools and got into every single one of them. I got to choose literally whichever I wanted. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that business wasn't for me. In fact, I hated business. I wanted to do something that made me happy. I actually wanted to go into art. When my final acceptance letter came in the mail telling me I got a full scholarship to the most prestigious art school in the world, I was so excited. I thought my parents would be excited too, you know. Apparently, my dreams didn't actually matter, though. After I received an award for my academic achievements, my parents took me out for a big fancy meal with all of their colleagues. I should have been happy too, but something didn't feel right. I slouched deeper and deeper in my chair as they continued to talk about how much better I was than everyone else and how it was all because of their excellent parenting. Worse, when all of their colleagues started asking them what their big secret was to raising a perfect daughter, they talked about how I studied all the time and they enforced strict rules. They even laughed about how they broke up my relationship with some bum. I was going to talk about my big plans privately with them, but they were being unbearable. I got so angry when they started making fun of how sad they felt for the parents of pathetic art students. In fact, I was so angry that I decided now was a better time than any to share the great news. Actually, I shouted over the voice of my mother boasting, I have something I'd like to tell all of you. I've never seen my mother flip around so quickly in my whole life. She had an evil glare on her face that almost made me change my mind, but I felt I had to do it. I gathered up all of my courage and let them know that I'd been accepted into a famous art school. Their colleagues seemed pretty impressed, but my parents were shocked and upset. They didn't talk to me for the rest of the dinner, but in the car, that was a whole other story. They screamed at me for embarrassing them and betraying them in front of their colleagues. They shouted about how I was never going to do something like art. They even tried to tell me that they'd never seen my art before, which wasn't true because my mom had gone to the studio with me. They just never paid attention to me at all. When we got home, I handed them my portfolio. It was full of the paintings and sketches I'd applied to the school with. These paintings had taken hours to create, and I was really proud of them. I thought it would convince them that I had real talent, but I was wrong again. My parents ripped it to shreds in front of me. They told me I wouldn't be going to any school but the one they chose. We are paying for everything after all. I was so angry and explained that I got a full scholarship to the art school so I wouldn't need them. They continued on about how they'd wasted their whole lives for me to betray them. My mother was crying and my father started smashing things. They threw me out of the house. I stayed with a friend and explained everything. I had nothing with me at all. I called up my parents and they asked if I had changed my mind about school yet. When I said no, they told me I wasn't welcome back. I asked if I could at least come and pick up some of my stuff. I was stuck wearing the same elegant evening wear from the dinner before. They agreed, but I felt as though they had an evil plan. When I showed up, they handed me a little plastic bag full of paper. "What's this?" I asked. My parents laughed and explained it was the art I loved so much. I told them it wasn't funny and pushed past them to run to my room. It was completely empty. They explained that they'd sold all of my belongings to make back some of the money wasted on me. They'd literally sold all my possessions just to get their revenge, only because I wasn't interested in business. All of my furniture, clothes, and even priceless gifts and photographs were gone, and they said that I would regret everything. I went to art school in the fall. I had to rely on food and clothes from my friends. Luckily, my scholarship covered most of my supplies, and I got a job pretty quickly thanks to a little help from my friends. It wasn't all bad in the end. During my first day working at a grocery store, I ran into none other than Jackson. He was surprised to see me working at a place like that. I broke down and explained everything, and he invited me out to dinner to celebrate my newfound freedom. Jackson and I reconnected, and things have been going great with us. He now owns his family taco truck, and even if he's not rich, he's very happy. In fact, I just posted about our proposal on Instagram. We plan to get married in a couple of months. It was a lot of work, but I have to say it was completely worth it. I'm a successful artist now, living my dreams. In a way, I'm happy my parents pushed me like they did, as it gave me passion, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful to them. My parents never apologized to me for anything. In fact, they did something even worse. Without any warning or hello, they called me and demanded money. They explained that they'd heard how successful I was and that I should now be able to pay them back for all the money they'd wasted on me at private school. Plus, they said I owed them for embarrassing them for bringing that taco boy back into my life. They told me I had 1 week to break up with him or else. I don't know what else means, but I don't think I ever want to find out. Jackson said that my parents are just being dramatic, but I know my mom, and whatever she has planned can't be good.
Hi, I'm Isla from Turkey. The night I was born, Dad held me close and said tearfully,
God, she's so beautiful. I will name her Isla, my moonlight.
Just then, the doctor came in with a grim face and told my parents that they couldn't have any more children. Dad immediately dumped me in Mom's arms.
You mean this is all I get? I won't have any sons? Ever? This is the darkest moment of my life.
Growing up, Mom adored me, but I knew Dad thought I was a burden. The nicest thing he ever said to me was,
You're just a stupid girl, but thank God you're pretty.
Dad owned a small tea shop in the city. Once when I was 10, he came down with the flu, and he was being such a big baby.
No one knows my suffering. If only I had a son to run my tea shop, but no, I got a dumb daughter.
He buried his head in his blanket and started to cry. Mom and I just rolled our eyes and went to the shop that day, and I thought we were doing great. Sometime later, a foreign-looking woman sat down at a table. When I asked her what she'd like, she said with a tired smile, Why don't you surprise me? I skipped off and brewed my favorite mixture of lemon and saffron.
I make it for Mom when she's tired. It'll make you feel better too. And you don't have to pay for this.
The woman's eyes flew open as she tasted it.
My God, this is really special. And so are you. Thank you for this tea of kindness.
She tried to pay me, but I refused, and she left. But a few days later, Dad came home from the shop and threw a newspaper at me.
What is this stupid tea of kindness that everyone's been asking me about?
It turns out the woman was some big journalist, and she'd written an article about the amazing tea at our shop. And now suddenly, tourists and locals were coming over asking for it.
I'll teach you how to make it, Dad, if you say please.
All I got was a flying shoe, but I did teach him, and he even let me help out more often. Once in the 8th grade, I was serving customers on a really sunny day when suddenly my back and arms started to itch horribly. I dropped my tray and started scratching like crazy as people stared at me, and I just ran home.
Mom, what's happening to me?
My skin was all red and peeling off. Mom quickly took me to the doctor, and he said I had a condition called desquamation. My skin started flaking when it was too irritated by something. There wasn't a cure, but he gave us some expensive cream to soothe my skin.
Don't tell your dad about this, okay? I'll get the money for the cream somehow.
A week later, Mom came home with some great news. She'd gotten a janitor's job in a fancy high school, and even better, I could go there for free. But it was so much fancier than I'd imagined. The minute I entered the classroom, I knew I was being scanned from head to toe, and everyone was judging my clothes and shoes. And turns out, no one even wanted to sit with me at lunch because I didn't look a certain way. But I didn't care. I had a chance to study at a great school, and I wasn't wasting it. One day, I went into the bathroom, and I found some girls from my class there. And the meanest one, Zara, was screaming at Mom.
You moron! You spilled all that dirty water on my shoes. I get that you're a janitor because you're stupid, but are you blind too?
I pushed her up against the wall. No one talks to my mom like that. Do you hear me?
Mom? Finally, it makes sense why someone like you is in this school.
She pushed me back and pounced on me. As Mom ran forward to pull us apart, she slipped on the wet floor and fell really hard. Oh my God, Mom! The school staff rushed her to the hospital, and after hours of waiting, we found out that Mom had injured her back and she couldn't walk. I was devastated. It was all my fault. If I hadn't been fighting with Zara, none of this would have happened. The principal said I could still attend school at half the fee, but I couldn't afford that either. One evening, as I was working at the shop, I came across the journalist I'd met years ago. Wow, look how lovely you've grown up to be. But sweetheart, why do you look so sad? I broke down and told her everything. After I was done, she said, I have an offer that might solve some of your problems. You could become a model. I could connect you to all the right people, and it pays really well. Me? A model? The woman told me to think about it, and I did. It could mean I'd still be able to go to school and even save money to get Mom better treatment. I decided to bring it up at dinner that night. Dad, I'm taking up a modeling job, and he suddenly spat out his food.
Modeling? Where did you even get such a stupid idea?
What's wrong with it?
It's for morons who don't have any brains, and it's disgraceful.
Well, I do have brains, so I'm not gonna be stupid enough to waste this chance. I can make our lives better, especially Mom's.
I said no!
I already said yes! And with that, I angrily smashed my plate on the floor. Dad looked shocked, and I stormed off. I called up the woman and said I was taking the job. I put my cream all over my skin before going to the shoot. I couldn't let anyone know about my condition, or I'd never get the job. Everyone on set welcomed me warmly, and I was surprised that I was kind of a natural at this. 2 weeks later, I was on the front cover of a teen magazine, and Mom was delighted when I showed it to her. But of course, Dad still wasn't talking to me, and I found the magazine torn up in the trash later. But I'd been paid good money. I was able to buy some new clothes for Mom and myself, and I was back in school. And suddenly, it was a different place. People who acted like I hadn't existed before were smiling at me like we were best friends. And at lunch, I had a lot of company. A boy even asked me for my autograph. Of course, none of this was sitting too well with one person, Zara. I could see smoke coming out of her ears from a mile away. Soon after, we had a fundraiser modeling contest in school, and I was excited to participate. But as I was getting ready, I suddenly saw Zara come and sit in the chair next to me. What are you looking at? One magazine cover and you think you're the princess of this school? How hard can modeling be anyway, if you can do it? Turns out, pretty hard for her. Zara was so bad at it. She walked like a monkey and kept waving her arms like a freaking robot. And then suddenly she tripped on her dress and landed flat on her face. I ran forward to help her, but she just pushed me away. Get away, you witch! You'll pay for this! How was it even my fault? She was crazy. But a few days later, I was shocked to find her at a shoot, and I was told we'd be working together. Why are you even here, Zara? You're really bad at this. Oh, I know. But when you're really rich, you don't have to be good at anything. You just throw money at stuff and get what you want. And let me tell you, it's amazing. Ah,
This girl. Also, she was so awkward, the shoot took us 6 hours. Later, as the makeup artist was removing foundation from my arms, I suddenly felt my skin sting terribly. OMG, your skin's coming off. What did I do? Oh, it's just allergies. It'll be okay. I quickly took the cream out of my bag and put it on, and then left as fast as I could. Thank God no one else was around. A few days later in the library, I was reading when someone pushed a note towards me. I looked up to see a cute, nerdy guy everyone knew as a math genius care to be my date at the spring dance. I didn't even know him, but just then I spotted Zara frowning at me like a creep. So I wrote yes and gave it back with a smile. I'd go out with a monkey if it annoyed her. But luckily, it turned out Omar was a sweet guy, and I was having a good time with him. Once he was over to help me with a math assignment, and suddenly he lifted my chin and looked into my eyes. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, my door flew open, and it was Dad. He leaped at Omar, who shrieked, and jumped out of the window faster than lightning. Dad, we were just studying.
Do you think I'm a fool? I knew you'd be out of control once you became a model. You're grounded for a month. No school, no modeling.
I slammed the door behind him. I had a really important show the next day, and he knew it. I had no choice but to sneak out with Omar's help. Backstage, he kissed me on the cheek and wished me luck. As I peeked out at the runway, I saw that the lights looked really intense. I quickly put some cream on my arms and legs before walking out. Suddenly, I felt crazy itching all over, like nothing I'd ever felt before. I tried to ignore it and go on, but it felt like the longest walk of my life. And then, I couldn't bear it any longer. I went wild, scratching myself and screaming as I looked at my skin, and I could feel hundreds of eyes on me. Then, I passed out. I woke up hours later in the hospital to Dad's worried face.
Oh God, Isla, are you okay?
The doctor came in holding my cream and asking me if I'd applied it before the show.
We tested it, and it had some unusual chemicals which made your condition 10 times worse.
What? But I'd been using this cream for ages. That's the first time Dad heard about my condition, and he was shocked I'd kept it a secret from him. I guess I didn't want to make you even more disappointed, Dad. He was just silent and took me home. The next day, I woke up to find that my video of going bonkers on the ramp had gone viral. I could just see my modeling career going down the drain. I didn't even go to school. I decided to go to the tea shop that evening, and I got the shock of my life. I spotted Zara on a table with Omar.
Oh, hi, Isla. Back to being a waitress? Well, my brother and I will have some of your special tea, please.
Brother?
Yeah, brother. And I may have found out about your condition, and I may have asked him to mix something in with your cream.
What? Are you guys absolutely insane? Why would you do that?
Because someone needs to show you your place. Let me tell you something I discovered. Our dads are brothers. Yeah, we're cousins. Ugh, yuck. Cousins? You're making that up. I wish. But there's a big difference between us. I'm the daughter of a millionaire businessman, and you need to remember that you're the daughter of a loser tea seller and a crippled janitor.
I was about to leap forward and attack her, but suddenly some of our customers jumped in.
Hey, we love this place and the owners. You can't treat them like trash.
They all started shouting and booing, and Zara and Omar fled from there. Dad had witnessed the whole scene, and I asked him about these secret cousins.
I've never seen them before myself. My brother and I haven't spoken in 20 years. He cheated me out of all my wealth and left me penniless. I had to start from scratch with this tea shop. That's family for you.
For the first time, I felt really sorry for him. I took his hand. But that's not your family anymore. Mom is, and I am. And for the first time, Dad actually smiled at me. I thought my modeling days were numbered, but none of my agents cared about what had happened at the show. They said I was one of the best models they'd worked with, and I'd never let my condition hold me back before. So why should it matter now?
Hey Hey, I'm Emma. Please like and subscribe. I was born to Indian parents in New Jersey, but we moved to New York when I was a kid. I wouldn't say my family was rich, but we did get by without trouble. My dad was an accountant and my mom was a makeup artist. I loved watching Mom put on makeup, but I never understood why people wanted to put makeup on themselves.
Mom, why do you put makeup on people?
Because they want to look pretty, honey.
Pretty? I thought it was all like face painting to be a clown. Like, why would having your cheeks and nose so red make someone look pretty?
When you grow up and try it on, you're gonna love it. My life seemed perfect. I got good grades, had tons of friends at school, and was loved by teachers. But when I turned 14, everything turned upside down. I had just returned from India after spending an amazing summer vacation with Grandma, and it was time for me to start high school. I was pretty excited for it, but this excitement didn't last long because high school wasn't exactly like I'd imagined. I thought I would be fine as long as I didn't make eye contact, but things didn't go my way. In the first week of school, I was fixing my favorite lucky bracelet on my wrist when I walked into someone's back and heard a scream right after. Oh no, it was Becca, our school's self-proclaimed queen bee. She was one of those, I hate drama, but I start drama kind of people.
Ugh! My phone! Look what you did, you freak!
I am so sorry. I didn't see you.
Oh, save it. You didn't see me? Are you blind? That was a brand new iPhone. Now you'll get me a new one. Got it?
But why would I? Last time I checked, phones weren't allowed inside school. So I guess it's your fault you brought it in the first place. But hey, we can both go talk to the principal if you want to. I can explain how I bumped into you, and you can explain why you have a phone. So what's it gonna be, Rebecca?
Don't you dare act smart with me. You messed with the wrong girl.
Heard that one before. Bye-bye. Just as I walked away, Becca pushed me. I wasn't gonna let the witch get away with it, so I turned and slapped Becca straight across the face. The next thing I knew, we got into a nasty fight, and in the process, Becca broke my bracelet. It was at that moment that I felt my heart stop like I swallowed a frog. I wanted to scream, cry, and throw up at the same time. I fell to the ground and started pulling my hair. No. This can't be happening. This is my favorite bracelet. Grandma made it for me. This is the last gift she gave me.
Really? I did you a favor. Ugh, it was so ugly.
I could feel everyone's eyes glued to me, but I couldn't care less or stop. Then suddenly, everything went black. I had woken up in the nurse's room and found out that I had a panic attack. My parents were informed about what happened, and they were so worried about me. I took a week off, and I heard that Becca was suspended for a week for starting the fight. During this time, I felt so anxious. But one day when I saw Mom working, I noticed that the step-by-step process of applying makeup looked soothing. I observed Mom, and then I started applying minimal makeup whenever I was anxious. I just felt the whole process helped my mind to slow down and focus on something. I told you would love putting on makeup. You look wonderful. Who knew you were this talented? Learned from the best. A few days later, Becca and I walked into school on the same day. She was out for revenge for her suspension. She filled my locker with wigs and whatnot. I didn't want to react because I knew that would start a fight. I just wanted to get away from all of this, so I told my parents how I needed to change schools, but they couldn't because of some financial issues. So the only solution I could think of for my problem was to get suspended. My first attempt to get suspended was during class. I had put a fart cushion under the teacher's chair so that every time he sat down, it would sound like he farted. But some guy took the credit for it to look cool for pulling off a prank like that. He was suspended instead. Bummer. I had even played loud metal music through the intercom during class and made sure I got caught. But it didn't work. All I got was detention. I wasn't even suspended. As if my prayers had been answered, during summer vacation, I got the best news ever. We were moving back to New Jersey. Dad had gotten an amazing job that paid well. Talk about great timing. Mom and Dad had also told me that they already enrolled me at the new school. Since I didn't have any friends in the new city, I usually stayed home and made Insta videos of my makeup. Soon, I gained tons of followers and people loved the looks I created. One evening, Mom made me go out because I was in my room all the time. I decided to go for a movie by myself. But as I entered the cinema hall, I saw the one person I didn't want to cross paths with, Becca. Just as the lights were dimming, I noticed her and her friend sitting 3 rows behind me. I immediately crouched down and crawled to my seat, and in doing so, I dropped the entire bucket of popcorn on someone. A boy. Oh, I am so sorry.
Hey, are you all right? Is something wrong? Someone bothering you?
Sort of.
Oh, okay. I got you. Don't worry.
Then I felt him put his cap on my head. I watched the movie peacefully thanks to the stranger who introduced himself as Damien. We exchanged numbers and I found out that we go to the same school. He told me he would wait for me at the school gates on the first day, and I agreed. We were the last ones to leave the cinema hall. I had to be sure Becca was gone. A couple of days later, I started school, and at the gate, I saw Damien waiting for me. He showed me around the school, and as we walked through the halls, I felt all eyes on me, and it made me feel very conscious. Remember, Emma, keep your head down and stay out of trouble.
You know, someone was assigned to show you around the school, actually. My friend Natalie. But I'm so glad she got caught up with some other work and asked me to help her out.
Well, it was nice to have Damien show me around, 'cause the guy sure was handsome. Just as we reached our class, a girl entered and looked so excited. Guys, I have amazing news. Wait for it. The principal has agreed to let students write and direct a play all by themselves. Yay! Oh, who do we have here? Wait, you must be Emma. Sorry I didn't meet you earlier. That's fine. So, drama club. Sounds cool. Yeah, thanks to me. If it were for this nerd, we would have nothing except for the math club.
Oh my God, Natalie. You're the greatest, aren't you? Drama clubs. Well, they are boring.
Oh no, they're not. Even though they seemed like rivals, it turned out that they were buddies. In fact, they had known each other since they were babies because of their families. Natalie and I started becoming good friends. We would talk about everything under the sun. And one day I noticed that she kept scratching her palms and the skin was peeling off. So I immediately took her hand and applied my hand cream on her palms. And then I went on a rant about how she should take care of herself or it would start to hurt. One afternoon when I went to the cafeteria, I saw her looking at my Instagram page. You're extremely talented, you know. Can you? All of a sudden I looked up and saw Natalie's face going pale. Natalie, are you okay? She just pointed at her throat and I figured she was choking. I ran to her side and helped her immediately. Emma, oh my God, you saved my life. Thank you so much. Oh no, I did what I had to. Are you feeling better? I owe you one. My lifesaver. When Damien returned from his cousin's place a week later, he was pretty surprised to hear about the choking incident.
Wow, protecting my friend when I'm not around? Thanks a lot, Emma.
She's my friend too. Now, gotta go. I have to go to this comic book store, Nook, and then home.
No way. You go to Nook? We love that place. No, we adore that place. Don't we, Natalie?
It's just fine, Damien. Damien and I continued to visit Nook every day after school. Natalie would join us sometimes. It was fun. One evening, when it was just Damien and I could feel him looking at me. Is your comic book that boring that you're looking everywhere but the book?
No, it's just, I wanted to tell you something.
Tell me what?
I like you, Emma.
What?
I like you. Actually, I kinda liked you that time when you were hiding next to me at the movies. It was the first for me.
Really? You know what? I think I have liked you too. Since that day, he smiled wide and pulled me in for a kiss. The next day, I told Natalie everything and she was so happy for me. That evening, while we were hanging out at Nook, Natalie announced she was selected to write and direct the play at school and that it was about something that meant a lot to her. OMG, I am so happy for you, Nat. I'm excited too, but also a little nervous. You'll promise to be there, right?
Of course. We wouldn't miss it for the world.
I was pretty excited for the play, and I even posted about it on my Insta to get as many people to show up for her directorial debut. On the day of the play, the school auditorium was packed. Natalie came on stage and thanked everyone for showing up and said that the play was based on true events and means a lot to her. The play showed the main character getting amazing grades, but it wasn't enough for her parents. The stress she went through, and how that caused her to have a problem where she scratched her palms to the point it would hurt her. As the play continued, I saw a scene all too familiar. The main character snaps one day and starts screaming and pulling on her hair in a fit of rage. As she cries, I froze and felt goosebumps all over my body. That was me, the fight with Becca. I started shaking like a leaf in my seat and felt my cheeks get wet. Great. I was crying too. I tried to calm my nerves, but nothing was helping.
Emma, are you all right?
I couldn't talk. I just shook out of fear. I was having a full-blown panic attack. I stood up abruptly, and all of a sudden, everything went into slow motion as I tripped and fell while trying to get out of the hall. I felt so embarrassed and knew everyone was looking at me. I couldn't help it and ended up vomiting. OMG, what is happening? I needed to get away from the place and ran out of the auditorium while Damien followed. He made sure I reached home safely and then kept visiting me every day since I just couldn't show the world my face after that auditorium incident. But Damien kept insisting I go to school again. Damien, it's easier said than done. You have no idea what happened to me at my previous school.
Then tell me. I want to know what's bothering you.
And I did. I poured my heart to Damien as he hugged me and told me that everything was going to be all right. Still, I had just one question on my mind. What if Natalie knew about that incident? She couldn't. Could she? So I gathered all my courage and went to school. I needed to know who the play was about. But just as Natalie saw me, she came running to me and hugged me. I am so sorry. I didn't know you had anxiety. How are you feeling now? I think I should be the one apologizing. I ruined your play. I myself didn't think what happened in the play would trigger my anxiety. Why didn't you tell me about it sooner? I was embarrassed about it. It makes me look weak, and I don't want to be seen that way. Do you know that the play was actually about me and my life?
What?
Yeah, and you want to know how it ends? It ends with me getting better and finally stopping the violent scratching on my arms. And you know how that was possible? Because of you. What do you mean, because of me? You remember when you applied the hand cream and took care of my bruised palm? From that day on, I noticed how being around you and Damien helped me out so much. You always encouraged everything I did and were rays of sunshine, literally. You have no idea how much your kindness and care towards me helped me, and I will always be grateful to you for it. I was shocked and had tears in my eyes. That night, I played Natalie's words on loop in my head, and I knew what I had to do. I sat down and started a live video on Instagram. Hi everyone, how are you doing? This video is gonna be a little different. This time, I will be removing my makeup instead of putting it on. And I'm doing this to thank someone who hurt me. Not physically though, but in doing so, you made me all the more stronger. I talked about my insecurities and my panic attacks. I told the world how I was not embarrassed about it and how I wanted to learn to better myself. In the end, I just want to say, remember, you are amazing no matter what. Bye. Little did I know that my video would go viral. People began sharing their stories as well and tagged me in their videos. I was proud of myself that I didn't let my weakness convince me that I didn't have strength. I walked into school the next day, hand in hand with Damien and Natalie next to me, with my head held high. I hadn't realized it until then that I had amazing friends and parents, and I didn't need to be embarrassed about my attacks or anxiety. They were parts of me, and I am who I am because of them.
I stared out the airplane window, gulping back tears as I watched my whole life disappear. And yeah, I'm gonna continue ignoring the woman tapping my shoulder nonstop. She's not a stranger, unfortunately. She's my mom. And I already knew she was just gonna say that I was being dramatic, that I should be grateful for her new job, and that moving from New York to London was some grand opportunity. Little did I know our new house had a secret buried deep within its walls, one that would change everything. But I just left my house, my school, my friends, and the love of my life, John, behind. Okay, maybe love of my life was a bit much, but John was one of the most popular guys in school, and I'd bent over backwards to get his attention. Now, when we were finally together and going to the prom as the it couple, my mom had decided to uproot my life. We were staying in my mom's ancestral house, which was massive and creepy. The walls were lined with ancient paintings, tall ceilings, and a grand staircase that probably led to hell.
This place could use a renovation, but it's That's not so bad.
It looks like the kind of house where people hear whispers in the middle of the night and wake up possessed. But you know what? I'll just go live in the attic. If I have to suffer in this house, in this city, in this life, then let me suffer properly. Who even cares about me anyway?
Suit yourself, Cinderella. Don't come crying to me when the rats start fighting for bed space.
The attic was dusty and dark, and I felt proud of my dramatic choice. But then, in the middle of the night, I woke up to a skittering noise, and then something brushed against my arm. I sprang out of bed, landing straight onto a loose floorboard. It snapped under me, and I looked down to see a hidden compartment. Inside were stacks of old diaries, and on the first page was a name, Evelyn. I sat down and started reading, and just like that, everything changed again.
Oh, for heaven's sake, if I must lay eyes on that insufferable buffoon Tristan one more time, I do believe my brain shall simply explode. My apologies. I'm not always in such a mood. There are days when I feel quite good about myself, when my skin glows, when my curls behave, and when my corset isn't trying to squeeze the life out of me. But lately, things haven't been so good, all because of Lord Tristan. My father wants me to marry him, because he's rich and apparently lord of some overly important kingdom that will somehow benefit the crown. And while everyone thinks that I'm the luckiest girl in the world, I feel nauseous. Not because I hate Tristan. He's handsome, well-mannered, kind, etc., etc. But for some reason, he gives me the ick. Like sometimes when he's talking, I get this overwhelming urge to throw myself into the nearest lake. And it doesn't help that his best friend, the captain of Tristan's palace guard, Leopold, is a narcissistic pig, and always around him. Tristan, can we please move inside? It's approximately the temperature of hell out here.
Oh, Evelyn, you mustn't let a little heat ruin this beautiful morning. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, and look at this exquisite spread before us.
You know, I've seen noble women walk around in this weather wrapped in 50 pounds of lace. Perhaps you should try training in full armor at noon. It builds character.
Perhaps you should try swimming with rocks tied to your feet.
Oh, you two always have such wonderful banter. It warms my heart. Oh my God!
What happened?
What a gorgeous red apple! The finest I've ever seen! Oh, Evelyn, I am overjoyed to think that I shall get to enjoy such pleasures for the rest of my life.
Ugh, I wanted to pull my hair out. It wasn't Tristan's fault, honestly. He genuinely liked me, and I wanted to like him too. That's why I arranged a grand ball to properly introduce him to the members of the court. But the more everyone told us how perfect we looked together, the more suffocated I felt. By dinner, I decided to escape and retire to my chambers. I just slipped out of my gown when my maid Rosie entered.
You should not have left the ball like that, Princess. Your father is very angry.
Well, so am I. But what does that matter to him? I am nothing more than a precious jewel to be set in the crown of his perfect alliance.
What did Lord Tristan do now?
That's the problem, Rosie. He doesn't do anything. I once said the moon was made of cheese, and he said,
Well, if the princess believes it, perhaps there is more to the moon than we know.
That is quite sweet, actually.
No, it's maddening. I want someone who challenges me when I say something ridiculous. I want to feel some kind of emotion, anger, pain, love, happiness, anything. Because right now, all I feel is looming dread. Honestly, I wish there was something that could make me fall in love with Tristan. Maybe if the heavens themselves descended and blessed me with eternal devotion. Or if I could just gulp down a love potion. But since I can't, I just have to accept that this is my destiny, to marry that cringe-worthy man. I think I need to rest. Rosie nodded and left, but the next morning, I saw her standing by my bedside holding a tiny glass vial. What's that?
A love potion. You said you'd do anything to fall in love with Tristan for the sake of your family, right?
Yes, but I was just being dramatic.
Well, I took you seriously and found a very strange gypsy in a shady part of town who sold me this. One sip, and the first person you lay eyes on will be the love of your life.
Really? This was probably just flavored water or some other cheap trick. I wasn't really sure how I felt about taking it, so I put the vial in my bag and got dressed for the stables. Something about being around the horses always calmed me down. But then I met Tristan there, and I was back to square one. If there was even the slightest chance the love potion could make me feel differently about him, it was worth a try. I went back to my chambers and looked for it in my bag, but I couldn't find it. Rosie and I looked everywhere in my room, and I went back to the stables, but it wasn't there either. I was just leaving when I saw Leopold passed out on a log near the water trough. If you didn't make it your life's mission to annoy me every chance you get, you're not actually that bad looking. Just then, this fly landed on his nose, and I waved my hand to shoo it away, but it wouldn't budge. So I waved a little harder and accidentally slapped Leopold straight across the face.
Good God! Oh, what are you doing?
I was making sure you weren't dead.
Obviously not. Oh, I just have a splitting headache. And wait, did you do something to your face?
Define something.
I don't know. Did you eat a light bulb or something? You look exceptionally radiant.
What? Is this one of your stupid jokes that I just don't get?
Maybe it's the hair then. Did you polish it? It's shining like the sun or the moon on a clear night. This is unsettling. What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with me? Maybe the heat has fried your brain. You need a physician.
No, I'm fine. It's just that you're, fine. I mean, I'm fine. We're fine.
And then he simply got up and left. That was weird. But I had more pressing concerns, since the vial was still missing. I had looked everywhere I could, and by the end of the day, I accepted defeat and prayed to the Lord that no one drank it. I was so frustrated with myself for losing it, though, that the next morning, when Father suggested we take Tristan through the royal treasury, I could barely focus on what he was saying.
This is truly remarkable. The craftsmanship, the history. It's no wonder your kingdom has stood strong for generations. And this must be the celestial crest. I've heard tales of it before, but seeing it in person, it's extraordinary. Tell me, is the legend true? Does it really hold the power to make its bearer invisible in war?
I've heard so.
Magnificent! Imagine having power so absolute, no army could ever stand against you.
You sound remarkably impressed, Tristan. Perhaps you'd like to marry the crest instead.
Oh, Evelyn, your humor truly makes my day. You know the only treasure I truly desire is you.
I wanted to hurl, but instead, I continued walking. Suddenly, I tripped over the hem of my dress and went flying forward, but Leopold caught me just in time.
Oh, watch where you're going, for heaven's sake. You'd get hurt.
I'm fine. Relax. And since when did you start fussing over me?
I'm not fussing, but you're marrying my best friend, and I'd rather he didn't have to take wedding photos with a wife missing teeth. Anyway, I think it's best you two continue. I have duties that need immediate attention.
I didn't see Leopold the whole day, but then in the evening, I was in the wine cellar searching for my father's favorite bottle when he walked in. The moment he saw me, he turned to leave, but the door got stuck.
What is wrong with this door?
Nothing, except it opens from the outside. You shouldn't have closed it when you walked in.
How was I supposed to know that? Hello? Can anyone hear me? I'm stuck here!
Good God, Leopold, would you calm down? Rosie knows I'm here, and it's only a matter of time till she comes looking for me.
Well, obviously we don't know how long that would be, and I can't spend another second here with you.
Excuse me? I didn't know my company was that terrible.
I don't mean to be rude, it's just that I can't be around your smell.
That is rude. You're basically saying I have a bad smell?
No. It's like lavender or roses. I'm not sure. I just mean that your scent is just intoxicating.
It is lavender, and it's not toxic.
Intoxicating and toxic are not the same thing. Have you ever tried this thing called reading?
Wow, you really know how to talk to a lady. No wonder you have so many suitors lined up for you.
I'm sorry. I don't know what I'm saying. I feel sick. My heart's racing, my stomach's in knots. You know, I felt the same way whenever I sat next to Princess Amara at banquets. I really hated her. I think that feeling is called loathing.
Sounds more like infatuation. Just then, Rosie opened the door, and Leopold pushed past her and ran off. Leopold's behavior just got stranger over the next couple of days. If I entered the room, he'd make some stupid excuse and run away. If we crossed paths, he'd scrunch his face like I'd rolled in garbage. And if I tried talking to him, his lips would snap shut tighter than a clam. So one evening, when I spotted him in the training grounds, I decided to confront him. We need to talk. Silence. Leopold, I'm talking to you. Nothing. I said I'm talking to you. Look at me.
Oh, princess. Sorry, didn't see you there.
Stop lying.
I'm not. I'm just minding my own business.
No, you're not. For months, you've been everywhere, hovering like a fly, making sarcastic comments, always finding a way to irritate me. And now suddenly, you can't even look at me? Why?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He started to leave, but I blocked his way.
Could you move aside, please?
Not until you tell me what's wrong.
I can't.
Why not?
Because it's too weird, okay? Every time I look at you, I have these thoughts that make no sense, and God knows I want to talk to you, but I can't without saying something that isn't unimaginably inappropriate. I've never felt this way, and I don't even know why this is happening. I just haven't been feeling well since I drank that thing.
Wait, what thing?
It was this liquid in a small vial that I found in the stables. It had this really strong smell, and I was curious, so I opened it and took a whiff, and then, I don't know, I just drank it.
I froze. Leopold had taken the vial, and not just that, he'd gulped it down like a fool. And since I was the first person he saw when he opened his eyes, he was in love with me? Oh my God, how stupid are you to drink a random liquid without a second thought? You idiot! It was a love potion for me so I could fall in love with Tristan and save my stupid engagement.
Hold on, you don't love Tristan? I'm shocked.
No, you're not. You probably saw this coming from a mile away. Oh, God, this is all my fault. I should have been more careful with that vial. If you hadn't found it, you wouldn't have drunk it. And now, since I'm the first person you saw when you woke up, you think you're in love with me, and Suddenly, Leopold stepped forward and grabbed my face between his hands.
Evelyn, slow down. You need to tell me where you found this potion.
Rosie bought it off some wandering gypsy.
So she might also have an antidote, right?
She could, except we don't know where to find her because she's wandered off.
So how do we fix this?
Maybe we can wait and see if the effects wear off on their own.
And if they don't, what? I'm just gonna be in love with you forever?
I have no idea. As Leopold and I were still grappling with all this, a dozen royal guards suddenly walked in and seized him. What do you think you're doing?
I'm sorry, but the king's ordered us to arrest him.
Arrest me? On what grounds?
Leopold kept arguing, and I demanded to know more, but the guards just took him to the king, and I followed them shortly after.
This morning, our celestial crest was taken from our chambers, and we have all reasons to believe that the thief is Lord Tristan.
What? That's absurd. Tristan would never do such a thing.
Yes, Father, there must be some mistake.
We have a wounded guard who claims that Tristan demanded entry to the treasury. When the guard refused, he struck him unconscious and took the crest. We even found this royal crest bearing Tristan's insignia near the vault.
There can be 1,000 pieces of evidence, and I still wouldn't believe that Tristan is a thief. That man is as honest as the gods above, and I will prove it. I will find him, recover the crest, and bring it back at any cost.
And if you fail?
Then you can have my head for it.
No, let's find another deal.
Fine, you have a week.
The court fell silent as Leopold turned around and left. I really had no clue where the crest was, but I knew that Tristan wasn't the one who stole it. Leopold was a fierce warrior, but he was emotional and impulsive, and one wrong step could cost us the crest and Leopold's head, so I decided to go with him.
Absolutely not. I don't have time to babysit you while I track down Tristan.
Then don't. I can handle myself. I'm trained in sword fights, I know how to navigate dangerous situations, and I am also very good at dealing with people. Oh my God, is that a spider? Ew, 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 kill it! And Leopold calmly flicked the spider off.
You were saying?
Ugh, Please, let me come with you. If I help bring Tristan and the crest back, maybe my father will finally see me as someone who is more than just his young, naive daughter. And maybe he'll listen when I tell him I don't want this engagement. Tristan and I are not meant for each other, Leopold. It's not fair to both of us to go through with this marriage. So if you won't do it for me, do it for him. Please.
Don't look at me like that. It does something to my heart and I can't think straight.
So that means I'm coming.
Yes. Okay, fine. But if you slow me down, I will leave you behind.
Funny, I was going to say the exact same thing to you. The moment Leopold agreed, I rushed off to pack my things. Before leaving, I instructed Rosie to tell everyone I was unwell from the stress and that no one was allowed in my chambers. Leopold and I got on our horses and left for the woods. By mid-afternoon, we finally stopped by a river stream to catch a break. What?
Nothing. Just, I've never seen anyone look this elegant while drinking water.
That's probably just the love potion speaking.
Why can't you just take a compliment and say thank you?
Well, in my defense, you've never really complimented me before.
That's not true. I complimented you when you wore that green dress to the ball.
You said I reminded you of freshly cut spinach.
And everyone knows spinach is good for health. So it was a compliment.
No, it wasn't. A compliment is when you tell a lady how her hair reminds you of silk, or how her eyes shine like the stars.
And how when she smiles, she makes my world spin. I mean, the world in general, not necessarily mine. You get the point.
I get that you're blushing.
Bandits!
Leopold grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the horses, but it was too late. We were already surrounded. He reached for his sword, but I stopped him. We don't fight them. We're outnumbered.
You think I don't see that?
Just trust me and follow my lead. Oh, saints be good. You fine gentlemen found us just in time.
Fine gentlemen, we're bandits. Hand over whatever you've got or we'll take it by force.
Aye, we's just two poor, desperate lovers running from a cruel fate. Worked for a slave master we did, scrubbing his floors, polishing his boots, breaking our backs for nothing. So we ran, took his horses, a bit of gold and all. I elbowed Leopold. Thankfully, he caught the hint.
'Tis true! I just love me Moonflick so much. She made a thief out of me, you know how it is? A man'll do anything when he's in love, especially when she looks like a princess that fell straight from heaven. I mean, lass. Like a clumsy lass fell from heaven.
But y'all don't look like no slaves to me. Fine outfits, curls in your hair, that's what ladies wear.
I stole the clothes from the missus too. And what, just 'cause I'm poor? You think I don't deserve to look pretty? Ah, cruel world. I'm poor and you mock me. It feels like someone put a dagger through me heart.
Oh, my darling, don't say that. If anything happens to you, I'll throw myself in the river.
Fine, stop crying. Just give us the gold and horses and walk away.
The horses too? But my two tiny feet can't walk no more. I already walked all my life. I carried water so heavy, it made my back all crooked. My crew master always said, walk, girl, walk. Now you say it too? Will I never be free? Will my feet ever know rest?
For heaven's sake, take the stupid horses too. Just get out of my sight, you pathetic fools.
I hurriedly tossed the coin pouch at his feet, and Leopold and I scrambled onto our horses before the bandits changed their minds. It was getting dark, and we needed a place to camp. So we rode through the woods and found this dingy little cave to spend the night. I was just settling in when Leopold sat down next to me.
That was quite the performance you put on back there. Where did you learn to talk like that?
I spend a lot of time in the palace with not much to do other than watch and listen to the servants. You'd be surprised at the kind of things they say when they think no one's paying attention.
So you spent your time following, eavesdropping on servants? Don't you have friends or ladies in waiting to keep you company?
You'd think so, but it's not that simple. Everyone wants to be around a princess, sure, but not actually to befriend her. They mostly want the attention that comes with royalty or some personal advantage. Believe me, it makes finding genuine friendships rather difficult.
I know how that feels, being surrounded by people, yet having no one you can truly talk to. When my older brother left, I shut myself off from everyone. I figured if I never let anyone in, I'd never be hurt again. But Tristan wouldn't leave me alone, no matter how distant or cold I acted.
Wait, you have a brother?
Had. He's no longer with us.
Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Leopold.
Yeah, it was tough on the family, but eventually we moved on, and it's all good now.
I am so sorry. I had no idea.
God, are you crying? He's not dead, he's just not with us anymore. Like, he did something terrible and got kicked out of town.
You're a mean little pig, Leopold. And I got up to leave, but Leopold stopped me.
Don't go, please. I'm sorry.
I couldn't help giving in, and we spent the rest of the night talking about life, family, and all the things I never imagined Leopold would open up about. For the first time, I realized there was so much more to Leopold than that hard, sarcastic exterior he wore. I couldn't stop thinking about him all night, so much that the next morning, I was still half asleep and dreaming of Leopold's lopsided smile when he woke me up.
Evelyn, wake up.
Ugh, what in the world is so important that you have to sound like a broken trumpet in my ear?
It's Tristan's. I went off to gather fruit and saw this at the riverbank. He had to come through here. Maybe he's still close.
Or maybe he's been eaten by wild animals, and that was the only thing they couldn't chew. There must be thousands of wild animals in here. There's no way Tristan would have survived alone.
Must you always assume the worst? Also, you look oddly adorable with a bed head. Not that I'm noticing. Can you just trust me on this one, please? Until we find definitive proof of Tristan's fate, let's not bury him just yet.
If you say so. But I got ready, and together we marched into the jungle. But minutes into the ride, I could tell this was a bad idea. This is ridiculous. We should head back and find another way. Let me take a crack at that map of yours.
This is the only way.
How do you know that?
Because I've spent my life fighting battles, crossing enemy territory, and exploring uncharted lands. I know how to read routes better because...
Because you're a man, right? Say it. Shh. Don't you shush me. And then I heard it too. A low, guttural growl. Before we could even process what was happening, a bear walked out from behind a bush.
Stay still. If you don't move, it won't see us as a threat.
Is that some genius survival trick? Stay still and die? Because that might just work.
Could you just please keep...
Before he could finish, the bear let out a deafening roar, and my horse panicked and bolted through the jungle. Leopold raced after me, struggling to control his own horse. We made it out of the forest and reached a half-broken rope bridge hanging over a deep gorge.
Get down. We have to cross that on foot.
And abandon our horses? No way.
We don't have a choice.
But that bridge is barely hanging on for dear life.
And so will we if we don't move fast.
As we heard the bears roar behind us again, we jumped off our horses and let them run off for their safety, then ran onto the bridge. But just as I reached the center, my boot got stuck between two planks. I was sure I was going to die right there when Leopold pulled out a knife, sliced my boot open, and yanked me free. Then he picked me up and sprinted. Just as we reached the other side, the bear lurched onto the bridge. Leopold immediately cut the rope. The bridge snapped, and the bear fell into the gorge below. That was exhilarating.
What?
Is this what you call an adrenaline rush? You must feel like this when you're in battle, right? I love this feeling.
Are you serious right now? That bear could have eaten us up. We could have died.
But we didn't. I mean, I might have sprained an ankle and maybe a little bit of a concussion, but apart from that, I feel fantastic.
That's great. You know what I'm thinking? How could anyone be this attractive and stupid at the same time?
Excuse me, but how am I the stupid one? Wasn't it your brilliant idea to venture into this deadly forest? I was the one who told you that it's dangerous.
This was the only way out.
I don't know that, because you didn't let me read the map, you manly man.
Oh my god, I think I'm going mad. I knew getting you with me on this quest would be challenging, but you have surpassed all my expectations. And on top of all this, I'm in love with you because of this stupid potion, and it's exhausting. I'm constantly worried about you, and it's slowing me down.
Oh, so I should just go back, right? Oh wait, I can't, because you cut off the bridge.
I had to, or that bear would have eaten us.
Leopold and I were in each other's faces by now, and the tension in the air was undeniable. His eyes shifted to my lips, and for a split second, I thought he was going to kiss me. And worse, I didn't know if I would stop him. This was the kind of spark I was looking for with Tristan, only it was with Leopold, and it was terrifying. So I tore myself away and forced my focus back on the journey. The rest of the walk wore me down. Leopold gave me his shoes, but with no horses and a steep climb, I was beginning to give up. But then suddenly, I saw smoke curling into the sky. Leopold saw it too, and we both started walking in that direction. As we got closer, we saw a camp. Men sat around sharpening weapons and laughing. We hid behind the tents and slowly made our way in. We shouldn't be here.
We just need some food, so stay close and don't do anything stupid.
Just then, I accidentally accidentally stepped on a dog's tail, and it started barking like a maniac. All heads snapped in our direction, and within seconds, men surrounded us with their swords drawn. We kept telling them we were travelers looking for a shelter, but they didn't believe us. And minutes later, this tall man stepped out of one of the tents.
What's all that noise? Leopold, is that you?
Leopold froze, like he'd seen a ghost.
It is you! And look, you've brought a guest! How lovely!
What are you doing here, Jeffrey? You swore to never step foot in the kingdom or any of its territories.
No, that's no way to meet your brother. Come give me a hug.
Hello, brother?
Yes, this fine knight is my beloved brother. The same brother who once called me a petty thief. I taught you how to walk and talk, and it took you a second to disown me.
You stole from the crown, Jeffrey. It was treason.
So I took a few jewels from the royal treasury. Big deal. It's not like the king would have noticed a few missing rubies. And after our years of service to the royals, we don't deserve a share? But no, my brother just had to report my crime like a loyal little dog. And what did that get you, Leopold? Another generation of our family serving the crown. Disgusting.
I wish we had time for small talk, but we have to go.
We turned to leave, but Jeffrey blocked our way.
Oh, you can leave, brother, but she stays. You're the princess, aren't you? I can tell by the way you curl your hair and that little crest you wear.
I swear, Jeff, if you lay a finger on her, I will rip your head off.
Oh, my brother's in love. How sweet. Don't worry, I won't hurt her. I just need her for a little ransom.
Ransom for what?
The celestial crest, of course. The most powerful artifact in the world. I'll sell it to the highest bidder, and I'll be rich enough to buy any land I want. No more wandering around like a nomad.
Hate to disappoint you, but the crest is lost.
Nice try, but I don't believe you.
Jeffrey grabbed my arm, but I bit him hard. Jeffrey lost his grip, and Leopold leapt on him. More men joined the fight, and Leopold fought fiercely, but he was outnumbered. I was beginning to lose hope when I saw Tristan walk in, with an army behind him.
About time, my friend.
Tristan smiled as he pulled out a sword and joined in. With him and his army by our side, it was only a matter of time before Jeffrey realized that he was losing and decided to retreat. But on his way out, he accidentally knocked Leopold over, who fell to the ground and hit his head. Leopold! Tristan and his army rushed after Jeffrey, but it was useless. He had already escaped. With no time to waste, we lifted Leopold onto a horse and left for the kingdom of Illyria, only a few miles away. And on our way, Tristan finally told me everything.
The morning I left, I received word from my secret advisors that a dangerous group was after the crest and were about to attack the kingdom. I didn't know who ordered the attack or why this group wanted the crest. All I knew was that I had to keep you and the kingdom safe. So I took it upon myself to move the crest to the High Temple of Illyria, where it would be safest. After I was sure the crest was safe, I decided to track that group and put an end to their games. I just didn't know I'd find you two or Leopold's brother there.
You should have told Leopold or my father. They could have helped you.
I needed Leopold to be around you in case I failed in my mission. And as for the king, there wasn't much time to explain, and I didn't want to take the risk of anyone finding out that the crest was being moved. So I did what I had to do.
And ended up looking like a traitor. You didn't have to injure that guard, you know.
The guard wouldn't let me leave, and I only struck him hard enough to knock him unconscious. Thank you for coming for me, and for not thinking that I was a traitor.
Of course. I knew you would never betray our trust.
I just hope your father sees it that way too. I sent word to him when I reached Illyria, but explanations only go so far. When we return, I'll tell him everything, and I pray he still lets me marry you.
Tristan's words hit me like a punch to my stomach. I had been so caught up in everything, I'd completely forgotten about the wedding. And even now, I didn't want to think about it. All I could focus on was how badly I wanted Leopold to be okay. When we reached the palace in Illyria, Leopold was taken to the soldiers' barracks for further treatment, while Tristan and I moved into the palace, where my father was already waiting with his guards, and Rosie. I thought he was going to yell at me, but instead, he pulled me into a hug.
Oh, thank God! You gave me quite the scare, Evelyn.
I'm sorry, Father. I'm completely fine, but I wasn't fine. I wanted to run to Leopold and stay by his side until he woke up, but instead, I forced myself to walk back to my chambers while my father and Tristan spoke, and I saw Rosie waiting for me there.
Princess! Thank goodness you're back safe and sound. I know it's late, but I couldn't wait to give you the news.
Rosie told me that while I was gone, she'd found the gypsy who'd sold her that love potion. And fortunately, he had an antidote. Oh, that's great. Where is it?
Right here. I was about to deliver it to Captain Leopold's room.
No, I'll deliver it personally.
Are you sure? You've been through so much.
I'm fine. Leopold's in this situation because of me. If only I'd been honest about my feelings for Tristan from the start, and strong enough to stand up to my father, I never would have needed that love potion. Tristan wouldn't have risked his life for the crest, and Leopold wouldn't have nearly lost his life trying to save me. Delivering the antidote is the least I can do to make things right. And with that, I left for Leopold's chambers. I knocked and entered the room, and found him resting on the bed.
Princess? What are you doing here so late?
I came to check on you, and to give you the antidote. Rosie found it. It's supposed to, counteract whatever strange effects the first potion had on you.
Well, that's certainly good news. Maybe now I can stop feeling like I've got butterflies the size of hawks in my stomach every time I look at you.
Right. That must have been awful. So, you're going to take it? Right now?
I was planning on it, unless you'd rather I wait.
No, I mean, yes. If you want to, it's your choice. I just wanted to see if you were okay first.
I'm fine. Now let's give this another shot.
And he gulped down the antidote in one go. That was fast.
What? Did you expect me to savor every drop? This stuff tastes horrible.
And are you okay? Do you feel anything?
Nothing. I'm fine, just exhausted. Now, please, it's late. I need to sleep, and you should get some rest.
And want me here, but there's something, and before I could finish, there was a knock on the door, and Leopold sprang from his bed.
That must be a servant. Hurry, hide under the bed.
What? Why?
Because you're in my room, and someone could assume there's something going on between us.
That's absurd.
Just do what I'm saying.
I crawled under the bed as Leopold answered the door. It was his friend Garrick from the King's Guard.
Oi, Leopold. How you doing, mate?
Hey, as good as new.
You sure? The royal wedding's less than a week away.
Yeah, so?
So, I just want to make sure you're not weeping like a wet poodle over the princess anymore.
That was just a phase. Let's go for a walk. I could use some air.
A phase? You've been in love with the princess ever since you first laid eyes on her a year ago.
Wait, what?
Shut up, Garrick. Christ, you can really blow things out of proportion.
That's rich coming from you. You threatened the stable boy and his entire family once because he didn't fix her harness properly and she could have fallen. You can't even walk past a lavender without getting emotional because her hair smells like lavender. I swear, mate, you'd marry a handkerchief if it smelled like lavender and had her initials on it.
Just get out, Garrick!
Leopold shoved him out of the room and slammed the door shut. As the room fell silent, I crawled out, my heart pounding. You've been in love with me since you met me?
Of course not. Okay, fine. I had a small crush on you, like minuscule. No big deal.
Are you sure that's all it is? A small crush?
Are you disappointed? Would it feel good for your ego if I said I'm madly in love with you?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just confused because if you were always in love with me, why did you react to the potion the way you did?
I'd kept my feelings under control, locked away, but the potion just cracked everything open. It magnified what was already there. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. The antidote is in my system, so you can forget everything Garrick said.
I can't, because lately I have...
Do not finish that sentence. I beg of you. Tristan is my best friend, you are a princess, and I'm just the lowly guard captain. We both know how this story ends. Now, I'm going back home tomorrow. I need to recover and manage the kingdom in Tristan's absence.
I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out, so I turned around and left. The next